Behind that we have a molded seat. Now this seat is it's made of a dense foam material, and it's actually molded to the driver's body. It fits every curvature of his body to hold him very securely in the cockpit, so that in a high impact condition he doesn't move in the car, because if he moves in the car, that's when you get an injury.
Let's talk about aerodynamics.
Right, the aerodynamics of these cars actually is really cool, because the whole car is designed like an upside down wing. We propel the air under the car faster than it flows over the top surface, and the reason that we do that is to create ground effects. And the ground effects on this car typically is probably about 3,000 pounds of negative pressure. So you could run this car on the ceiling at 180 miles an hour and it wouldn't fall off.
Wow.
And the idea is so you can go through corners very fast because the car is actually sucked to the ground.
So can you tell the viewers how the aerodynamics have actually changed with the cars?
Yeah, I mean, certainly over the last 10 or 15 years, they've become much more sophisticated because we have many more tools to refine the cars. Okay. Wind tunnels have become much more sophisticated in terms of the speeds we can run the cars in. And we can understand all aspects of the cars now, because not only going in a straight line, we look at how they spin, how they react, resistance to the car, and can we improve the safety of the car in different situations. So the tools available to us now are 10 times better than they were 15 years ago. Safety is very important to us, and we're constantly looking at new technology to try and improve the situation for the drivers, because all we can do really is minimize the risk, and anything that we can improve, as I say, we're constantly looking at structures and different mechanisms to make it better.
Drivers have also benefited from other NASA-inspired technologies. Things like improved brakes, oil seals, specialized safety seats, accelerometers, and many, many other things. So who are these daredevils that take these risks every day? Well, I caught up with a few drivers to find out how technology is not only helping them drive better, but be safe too.
If you're a race car driver, you're never going to fear that something's going to happen to you. Obviously, it's good to have the safety, but we're always going to be in a risk. It's never going to be 100% safe.
Yellow car in front. Yellow flag, yellow flag, yellow. Great job, Johnny.
It makes us more comfortable knowing that we have an extra safety devices. We have the Hunt's device, which is it's a device that we put around our necks, and it's attached to the helmet. Because if you had a head crash, your neck wouldn't snap, so you wouldn't break your neck, and then all the other things I talked about. But there's so many variables that can happen on the streets that don't happen here, that I would say I feel a lot safer in the racetrack than actually on the streets.
Now, I mean, we have the seats molded to us. I mean, everything, I mean, it's all really compact. That the cars are meant to disintegrate, like, so it takes less G-forces off of us, exactly. So, you know, we still, as drivers, we don't like to even talk about it, but no, it's great. I mean, you know, as long as these cars stay on the ground, that you're safe. So it's come definitely a long way. Sure. Not as far as maybe NASA, but.
All right, so we found out a few technologies that some race car engineers are using that originally came from NASA. But do you think NASA can learn anything from an Indy car? You better believe it.
Check it out. Right now, NASA is planning missions back to the moon and onto Mars. The capsule NASA will be using is called the Orion. And even though Orion looks similar to the old Apollo capsule, it's a brand new state-of-the-art spacecraft that'll hold between 4 and 6 crew members. Now, if you recall, when the old Apollo capsules returned from the moon, they splashed down into the ocean, right? Well, that worked well for the Apollo. But today, NASA scientists are researching whether the Orion will come down in the ocean or if they wanted to come down on land. Either way, some serious work is going into understanding how to protect astronauts from injury during landing.
Although NASA has tons of data on what astronauts may experience during landing, they're also working with IndyCar to look at their data too. This is because IndyCar has detailed data for every crash since 1996. As you can imagine, when a car hits the wall at 200 miles per hour, the occupant will experience huge G-loads. So it's a no-brainer that IndyCar and NASA would be working hand-in-hand to produce better protection strategies for both drivers and astronauts. NASA will use much of the data to help design optimum seat configurations to help minimize risks to our crews upon re-entry and landing, while IndyCar will benefit by having NASA researchers designing seat configurations that may also help keep race drivers safe. So whether in spacecraft or in race cars, both groups are working hard to provide the best protection for vehicle occupants.
Okay, earlier in the show, we talked about how NASA is planning on sending astronauts back to the moon and then on to Mars, remember? All right, well, here's a question for you. Where are they going to live once they get there? And most likely, during the first few missions, astronauts will live on the spacecraft that got them there. But as they begin to stay for longer and longer periods of time, NASA's really going to need to provide some permanent living quarters. So, are we talking condos? Are we talking apartments on the moon? Not quite. What will astronaut housing look like on the moon and Mars? And how will it be constructed? Let me tell you. Right now, the leading candidate for moon and Mars habitats are something called inflatable structures, like these guys right here. Now, these structures are kind of similar to those giant blow-up bounce houses you might find at your state fair or at a birthday party. However, the inflatable structures that NASA's looking at are as tough as nails. They're hard as steel, and they're able to withstand the rigors of space as well as the different environments of Mars and the moon. I spoke with Judith Watson at NASA Langley to find out how these inflatable structures are going to work.
Inflatables have been around for a long time. If you go back as early as the early satellites like the Echo, that was actually a balloon that we orbited all in space. So it was an inflatable structure. As early as the 1960s, Wernher von Braun was considering using inflatables on a space station orbiting the Earth. So they've been around for a long time. More recently, in the 90s, we started looking at a possibility of one as part of space station to give the astronauts a little bit more room. So it's not that uncommon. It's been around for a while, and now we want to take it and take a look at it. Is it good enough for the astronauts to live in on the moon? We're actually looking at materials like Kevlar and Vectran, which are very sturdy fabric materials. We use a bladder that's a polyethylene coated type material, so it's sort of a rubber coating to it to help hold the atmosphere in. Your Kevlar, your Vectran, which is like webbing, acts as a restraint layer and holds the load. So you have a very sturdy fabric material holding in the atmosphere. Then you put other layers on top of that to protect it thermally from the changes in temperature. It gets quite hot and quite cold on the moon. We also have to look out for radiation problems for the crew. The moon is going to be like living on a vacuum. So you don't have an atmosphere, we don't have air, we have to take that with us. We have the micrometeoroid threat, which means there's small little rocks, varying sizes, that come through very fast at very high speeds, much faster than even a bullet comes through on Earth, that can hit the structure and punch a hole in it. And that's the same whether it's steel, composite, or an inflatable structure. So whatever we put up there, we have to put up a protection layer to protect against that.
Geez, I have to tell you, I'm dying to touch that. Just to see if I can kind of push it and can we go over?
Sure,
Should I take a look?
Come on over. It can be hard as steel. Right now it's only pressurized like 0.1 psi.
Right. We
want to go to 9 psi. So that's like going from 1 to 100. So it gets a lot stiffer. So if you push on this, you can push on it a little bit.
Yeah, it has a little give to it.
It gets a little give. But in reality, once you really bring it up in pressure, the way that it's going to be on the moon, it's going to be as hard as steel. To give you an example of it, here's my trusty basketball. Basketballs are basically inflatables in their own right. They have a certain type of material on them. They're actually even coated with rubber, not unlike we're going to coat the inside of this guy. And if you think about it, they're pretty darn hard.
They are.
So they can bounce. So it's going to be a very similar principle. We're going to put enough pressure in there that this thing's going to be very hard.
Judith, if I'm an astronaut on the moon, how do I get into an inflatable structure? If it's pressurized, when I walk into it or go into it, isn't it going to affect the pressure?
It will, and that's why we have airlocks. So if you want to step around this way, I can show you the airlock and how it operates. Then we can open the door, and you can step inside. And here you go.
Oh, wow, this is amazing. Earlier you were talking about the bladder.
Yes.
Okay. Describe what you mean by the bladder of this structure.
Okay, the bladder's this inside layer. It's coated in polyethylene, which is like a rubber, and that's to keep the air from going out. The idea is we don't want this even leaking a little bit. Anything in space is going to leak a very small amount.
Right.
So we want them to keep their air as long as possible. So we've got that on the inside, and it usually doesn't maintain the structure, the tension that's caused by the air. It's just here to protect the air from going out.
Okay.
So it's a little bit larger, so there we get little wrinkles sometimes if it's not totally inflated like it is right now. It's very stretchable.
Very stretchable.
So that's what the inside is made out of.
All right, Judith, I think we're equalized. We ready to go?
Sure thing.
so cool.
I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Very happy to show it to you.
So we know NASA is not just going to send up these inflatable structures to the moon or Mars without testing them first, but where on Earth do you test these structures to make sure they can withstand the rigors of space? NASA packed an inflatable structure habitat and sent it down to McMurdo Station, Antarctica, where the focus was to see how easy it was to deploy and how it held up under those harsh conditions. A small group unpacked and set up the inflatable, then began to inflate it. Once the inflatable was laid out and secured, about 6 minutes later, it was fully inflated and ready to be used. This is good news because although the conditions are tough down in Antarctica, it will probably be just a little bit harder on the moon, where astronauts have to carry their own oxygen and work inside bulky spacesuits. You may wonder if this inflatable structure can actually hold up on the moon and Mars. Why doesn't NASA just send up rigid structures? Well, there are a lot of reasons, but two of the most important are storage and weight. Right now, this huge inflatable structure can fold up into a very small space for shipment to the moon, and it's considerably lighter than rigid structures. Now, this is important. To land 1 pound of supplies on the lunar surface, NASA must launch 125 pounds of hardware and fuel to get it there. Another benefit is that this inflatable structure can be taken down and redeployed multiple times, permitting exploration beyond the initial landing area. So it looks like NASA is on the right track.
Okay, so earlier in the program, we showed you how NASA's working with the IndyCar series to help make changes in safety and technology. But they're not the only racing series that NASA's working with. That's right, NASA's also helping NASCAR to help make improvements in their cars too. Of course, many of the NASA technologies found in IndyCar and in NASCAR are the same. But there are some unique characteristics found in stock car, not found in IndyCar. So what are they? I cruised down to Mooresville, North Carolina to speak with one of the premier teams in all of racing, Team Penske. Can you tell me some things that NASA has been influential with auto racing?
Yeah. In fact, we've got some good applications that we use right here. A lot of them are related to how we protect the driver, keep his head in the game, so to speak. Obviously, one of the byproducts of combustion is carbon monoxide. It's bad stuff.
Now, many drivers have complained about headaches, nausea, and dizziness. So, to help these drivers with this type of sickness, Team Penske once again worked with NASA. The solution came from a NASA project called the Low Temperature Oxidation Catalyst that was originally designed for use on space-based atmospheric lasers. So Penske engineers took the basic idea from NASA and then designed a catalytic air filter that removes over 99% of all airborne particles. Once the particles are removed, the air is cooled and pumped into the driver's helmet, giving them fresh, clean air. With this new development, carbon monoxide sickness in drivers may soon be a thing of the past. And this may seem pretty obvious, but one key difference between IndyCar and NASCAR is that NASCAR vehicles have a roof. So why is this so important? Well, one big factor is heat. In an IndyCar, the driver is exposed to a 200-mile-per-hour wind stream, which keeps them relatively cool. But in a stock car, the roof keeps a lot of the heat inside, allowing temperatures to reach upwards of 160 degrees. To combat this, NASCAR teams began insulating car cockpits with the same type of thermal protection system that protects the space shuttle when it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere. This addition only added 4 pounds to the car, but cut the heat inside by over 50 degrees.
We're always questioning the design. First thing is, we have what's called a scale model program. We have a car just like this, but it's 45% of that in every detail. We'll blow that and do design studies on that to figure out, how things work.
Right.
Second thing is, we'll take these full cars and we'll blow them in a wind tunnel.
Sure.
We've done it at Langley.
NASA wind tunnel.
There you go.
Langley.
Another way is purely theoretical, to use computational fluid dynamics to look at the flow of the car, which is all mathematical. If you take all of those approaches and combine them, you start to get a full understanding of what's going on and how to make it faster.
Doctor, what inspired you to become an engineer?
Well, NASA had a huge role in it. I grew up in that community, watched all the moon launches from my front yard. So it was just a part of that culture. And science and technology and engineering as applied science, it was a natural for me. So I couldn't say no. Haven't regretted it since.
So Ken, thanks so much for having us down here at Penske Racing.
No problem.
Definitely, and we'll be seeing you at the next race.
Enjoyed it.
Take care. So we have learned a lot today about exploration.
and how NASA technologies are helping out in auto racing. And with us going back to the moon and on to Mars, there's no doubt that tons of these NASA technologies will be converted to be used in our everyday lives. Yeah. For Jennifer Pulley, I'm Johnny Alonso. Catch you next time on NASA 360. Help us find out about the cutting technology to cutting edge.
What about the most
And how NASA technologies are helping out. Again? Dozens of NASA. Yeah. Right. Okay. So what is that? Kent, thanks for having me down here at Penske Racing.
No problem.
And
Enjoyed it.
we'll be rooting for you too. Do it again. So Kent, thanks so much for having us down here at Penske Racing.
No problem. Come back anytime. Enjoyed it.
Definitely, and we'll be voting for you. Jeez, I can't get this done. They're moving the card, I'm moving it. I'm voting, rooting.
or actually can be found? Ah!
So to find out what some more of these NASA-inspired technologies are, I came here. Ah, that was it. Driving in a family car, zipping around in an Indy car. Sure bet that, whatever, the last line.
With their striking spots and characteristic tear marks, they're an icon of the African plains.
And the very definition of specialization.
Perfectly adapted to their environment and engineered for speed.
They're one of the top athletes in the animal world and the fastest animal on the planet.
They're playful, social, and capable of developing lifelong bonds, even with members of a different species.
Humans impact their territory, but we also have the opportunity to preserve them.
Let's discover cheetahs on this edition of Saving a Species. Welcome to Saving a Species. I'm Bill Street. Cheetahs are one of the most fascinating yet misunderstood animals in Africa. Today we'll learn about these amazing cats. And to help us discover the world of cheetahs, we've enlisted the help of these cheetah experts. We've also got something that may be a first. We'll see firsthand the speed of cheetahs, but not in Africa, in the middle of a pro sports arena. Chuck Carreau joins us with a quick sneak peek.
Bill, with access to a professional sports arena, we're hoping to do something that's probably never been done before. Now, here's the plan. We're going to run the cheetahs along the length of this professional football field, capturing their every move with the high-speed camera. That's going to give us the ability to see details that we wouldn't be able to see at regular speed. We're going to gain a better appreciation for the speed and power of the cheetah.
But before we observe cheetahs at full throttle, we really need to know what's under the hood. And for that, we turn to our cheetah experts, veterinarians Pete Black and Alex Cole.
Hi, I'm Pete.
And I'm Alex.
And between the two of us,
we know a little something about cheetahs. For instance, look at what's happening in this shot. What you see is a big cat chasing its prey. But what we see is one of the most highly engineered predators on the planet. Think of it this way. There's a huge difference between this
and this. Everything about a cheetah is built for speed. That's the cheetah's advantage as a predator. Without the speed, there'd be no dinner. It's all about adaptation. Going from the base model to something designed for one purpose, high-speed pursuit.
High torque engine. Performance handling. Aerodynamic, sleek and beautiful. Sounds like my cheetahs.
Check it out. A cheetah's chest is supersized, with room for an extra large heart and lungs, which generates power for the muscles. The legs are long and slender, with extended tendons.
And those tendons really kind of act like shock absorbers. Keep in mind that the cheetah really needs the performance handling package.
Most kinds of cats, like this vicious animal here, have retractable claws, but not the cheetah. The cheetah's claws are fixed, just like an athlete's cleats.
Traction helps with control. But to move at really fast speeds, you have to be aerodynamic. You've got to be able to cut through the wind like a knife. And that explains the cheetah's head. It's noticeably smaller than other cats. It's almost as if the head was shaped in a wind tunnel.
Shh, he doesn't like to talk about his little head. He's kind of sensitive.
Sorry, but look how beautiful that head is. Those very distinctive black stripes under the eyes, they absorb the sunlight and prevent it from getting reflected in his eyes. Combine that with those gorgeous spots for an air of camouflage. Mix all that together with the speed, you have one of the world's most fearsome predators. Now let's talk about steering. Not this kind of steering. This kind of steering. If I move this boat rudder in this direction, the boat heads off over here. But if I move it back over here in this direction, well, you get the picture. A cheetah's tail works much in the same way as a boat rudder does. All right, sit up. By swinging the tail from one side to the other, the cheetah is able to make quick maneuvers at high speeds. So, as the gazelle is zigging and zagging, the cheetah is able to stay in hot pursuit. Speaking of pursuit, you might think the subject of speed is pretty obvious. A cheetah's legs are moving faster than those of its prey, right? Well, let's put the obvious to the test. Watch as Pete runs. His legs are moving really fast, but in short strides. Now, here's the same run, but Pete's taking long strides. Look at the results. The run with the fewer, longer strides clearly produces the best speed. And that's the cheetah's real secret for conquest. Big strides. The cheetah spine is extra long, super flexible, and easily the most muscular part of their body. It's the spine that allows all 4 feet to leave the ground at once. In fact, cheetahs are actually airborne half the time they're running.
Yes, it turns out that all that power comes at a price. To run at full speed, cheetahs generate heat. A lot of heat. It's no different than if I race this engine at full throttle. Do it for too long, and things start to overheat and break down. It's the same principle for cheetahs. Air intake goes from 20 breaths per minute to 160. Meanwhile, the internal temperature climbs as high as 105 degrees Fahrenheit, dangerously close to brain damage. Which means a cheetah's good for about 400 to 600 yards, and then that's it. Stop or blow the engine. Now you know the strengths and the weaknesses of cheetah power. Now as for us, I know cheetahs might need a rest, but I'm ready for another spin. Hit it.
Now we're ready for action out at Tropicana Field. Ordinarily, this arena is home to a baseball team, but for today, the stadium has been reconfigured to a football field. And as you're about to see, our own Chuck Garreau is taking advantage of the opportunity to show you cheetah speed in a way you've never seen before.
Watching cheetahs run here at Busch Gardens, Tampa, that's pretty amazing. But just how fast is the average cheetah? What we really need is a gauge for speed that we can all relate to, like a professional football field. Now, with everything measured out in yards, this is the perfect place for us to see speed. I'm out of breath. Now, what we're about to try is unprecedented. 4 cheetahs from Busch Gardens, Tampa are going to be given the opportunity to run the length of a football field. Meanwhile, we'll capture all the action with cameras placed here, 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 and one up there. Also, take a look at this. It's an ultra-high-speed camera. If all goes well, we should capture some incredible details. But first, let's address safety. So, Tim, tell us about the protocol that goes into all this.
Well, we locked down the stadium today. I brought all of my trainers with me, and of course, the cheetahs have been trained for this behavior. All we need to do now is put them on the field and let them do what they do best.
Let's do it.
All right.
Okay, it looks like our first cheetah is ready to go, and the clock is counting down. Now, there's no guarantees. It's all up to the cheetah. He's either going to run or he's not going to run. But if it all goes according to plan, this might be the very first time that the world's fastest land animal is running on a field that's usually reserved for the fastest humans. Ooh, here we go. Whoa, look at that. He is just burning down the field right there. That's absolutely incredible. I can't wait to see how fast he's going. Okay, now let's take a look at it again, but this time on the big screen. Now, imagine that you're the prey. Realize that the cheetah, in theory, could keep up this speed along the length of several football fields. That's absolutely breathtaking. It's amazing to think about it. Now, remember, we also captured this in extreme slow motion, so let's take a look at that. This is the level of extreme detail we were hoping to see. Look, the speed is almost instantaneous. In the first 30 yards, he's already up to top speed. You can see his spine elongating with every stride. That's what's giving him the power. And look at that tail. Now, this is a straight run, so the tail stays pretty steady. But if this cat were chasing prey, you can bet that the tail would be shifting from one side to the other, changing balance for quick maneuvers. And watch the head. It's always pointed straight forward, always locked in on that target. As our team sets up for another run, let's talk about what would be happening if the cheetah were running at these speeds out in the wild. All right, now I'm a cheetah and I've just landed a gazelle. I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm pretty wiped out right now. And remember, I've been running at incredible speeds and I'm getting dangerously overheated. I just need to relax and cool down, but hope that some other predator doesn't come along in my weakened state and try to steal my meal.
Can I get up now?
Oh, sorry, Dave. Good job being a gazelle. So, okay, I've dragged my prey out into this shaded area, and I am full. Time to just kick back. After all, with a 50% catch rate, I am one of the most efficient predators on the African plains. I'm just saying. I got nothing to prove. So I'm just gonna sit back, digest, and watch the scenery. That's tomorrow's lunch. Okay, it's now time for our next cheetah run. The clock is set, the radar is ready, and he's off. Look at those yard lines going by. Now, a lot of football players dream of speeds like this. Okay, let's call up the actual time and speed. Not quite as fast as the first one, but it's still pretty doggone fast. Now, make no bones about it, these guys are running at average cheetah speed, and they can run faster if they need to. Which leads us to our next setup. What if we were to compare these average cheetahs to a human in top condition, an athlete known for speed and agility? That's exactly what we'll see when we return to the gridiron with a side-by-side comparison you won't want to miss.
Chuck, we can't wait to see the human to cheetah comparison. We've now learned about several cheetah adaptations and seen a demonstration of their incredible speed. But how do cheetahs behave when they aren't chasing prey? Let's learn a little bit more about the social lives of cheetahs from someone who works with them every day, animal care specialist Ashley Lutz-Nelson.
To understand cheetahs, you have to first know where to find cheetahs. While a small population survives in Asia, most of the world's estimated 12,000 wild cheetahs dwell in the open plains of Africa, which makes perfect sense. The tall grass of the savanna provides ideal camouflage. And when the moment is right, the cheetah leaps out of hiding and springs into action, taking full advantage of speed and maneuverability. Whoa, 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 let's stop right there. If this is the cheetah image you were expecting, a solitary cat living and hunting on its own, then you're only partially right. Unlike other certain big cats, cheetahs can be highly social. For instance, while a female cheetah prefers isolation, male cheetahs are just the opposite. They band together in small groups called coalitions. There are no hard rules who joins a coalition. Often, it's brothers from the same litter. Though some coalitions do include unrelated males. Either way, one of the male cheetahs will emerge as the dominant leader of the coalition. The coordinated approach of a coalition provides lots of advantages. Greater success as hunters, greater protection from other predators, and better odds when it comes time to fight single male cheetahs for territory. Males in a coalition are also much more likely to do well in finding mates, and that's where things get a little peculiar. Remember, in normal situations, the female prefers isolation, but come mating time, everything changes. Now, there's nothing unusual about employing a few upgrades to attract attention. A little makeup, some sweet-smelling perfume, maybe a cute top, all perfectly normal, right? Well, when it comes to cheetah's means of attraction, let's just say it's a bit unusual. When the female is ready to mate, certain hormones are released in her urine. This new scent attracts males and sends a clear signal to all potential suitors. It's mating time. Mating can include frequent contact over several days, but then the males lose interest and disappear, leaving the female to raise their young. Cheetah mothers nurse, groom, and do the best they can to protect cubs from other predators. Honestly, though, the protection part has its severe limitations. Even though mom moves and hides the cubs frequently, it's still a losing battle, with lions, hyenas, baboons around looking for an easy meal. As few as 10% of wild cheetah cubs make it to adulthood. Despite all the surrounding hazards, cubs still somehow manage time for play. Rough and tumble games prepare young cheetahs with the skills they'll need to survive. They also begin learning and practicing the cheetah way of communicating. If you're expecting the roar of a lion, sorry, think more of the lines of this guy. Cheetah vocalizations include bird-like chirps and bleating noises, as well as hissing and growling, and a good amount of purring, just like this house cat. Okay, so not the most fearsome in the sound department. However, with mom's help, cubs do grow into formidable hunters. By the age of 18 months, cheetahs are ready for their own territory and their own coalitions. By 3 years of age, the female cheetah is ready for mating, and the whole cycle starts over again. Now, as social animals, it makes sense that cheetahs form relationships with other cheetahs. However, in special situations, cheetahs are capable of forming relationships outside their species. Just consider the case of Cassie and Matani. Cassie came to Busch Gardens as a rescued cub, and from the start, caregivers knew they had a challenge. With no other cheetah cubs around, who would Cassie form a sibling relationship with? The solution? Another rescued animal, but not a cheetah. Instead, the animal care team found a yellow lab puppy in need of a home. Enter Matani. After initial introductions, the two quickly became the best of friends. They play the same roughhouse games, they share the same habitat, and eat their meals together just like you'd expect to see with coalition siblings out in the wild. And even as Cassie now rapidly matures into a full-grown cheetah, the sibling bond with Matani still endures, proving that a cheetah's need for social connection transcends the instinct to stay with its own species. Just like coalitions in the wild, Cassie and Matani are expected to stay together for the rest of their lives.
Now it's time to go back to Tropicana Field, where our own Chuck Carreau is ready with a special guest and the Human Cheetah Challenge.
You're looking at a top-conditioned athlete known for making fast runs and quick maneuvers, just like a cheetah. So, how will this human athlete compare to the star athlete of the animal world? Let's find out. In each of our cheetah runs, we've had a camera up in the catwalk recording all the action. Now, it's time to use that footage. And thanks to some video magic, we'll be able to see the human and cheetah in a direct comparison of speed and time. It'll be as if both were running side by side. How you feeling today?
Yeah, pretty good.
Pretty good? I'm assuming you've never done anything like this before, race against a cheetah.
No, never even dreamed of anything like this. Kind of looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, not everyone has the opportunity to race against a cheetah, but you're going to do it.
Yeah, definitely, you know, being a fan of big cats, it's a great opportunity to come out and you know, do something that I like to.
Now, any thoughts on how you're going to compare?
Probably not very well, you know. They're pretty fast animals, so we'll see what happens.
They are fast, but I hear you're pretty fast, so we're going to see.
All right, we'll see.
Well, it looks like he's ready, and he's off. Now, we knew this man was fast, but he is going fast. He is not holding back. That is cheetah speed right there. Let's see how he compared against the cheetah. Here's his top speed, 24 miles per hour. Now, by human standards, that is impressive. But now, let's take a look at the same footage and bring it head-to-head with the cheetah. And here they are, side by side. The cheetah's immediately off to a faster start, and take a look at this. The cheetah's already at the 50-yard line. The human athlete is only at the 30. So how do you feel it went?
Exactly how I thought it was gonna go. I didn't win. So, you know, like you said before, they're the fastest land animal and really didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, you gotta respect the power of the cheetah.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks, man.
No, thank you.
Looking at the slow motion, you can see similarities and dissimilarities. Both have long strides, both exhibit incredible focus, but the difference is definitely in the time. The cheetah's top speed, 44 miles per hour. Meanwhile, our athlete's best speed, 24 miles per hour. That's a 20-mile-per-hour difference, without the cheetah even knowing he's competing.
What you just saw is just the beginning. Check out behind-the-scenes views and additional high-speed cheetah run footage at shamutv.com. Our care for these animals illustrates a positive example of the human-animal connection. However, we wouldn't be telling the whole story if we didn't face a hard truth. Cheetahs are in a race against time for their own survival. As Conservation Ambassador Julie Scardini explains, although human impact has played a heavy role in pushing cheetahs to the edge of extinction, we also have the ability to ensure their survival.
You're looking at the oldest of the big cats. In fact, the earliest known cheetahs date back some 4 million years. But to understand the plight of the modern cheetah, you just have to go back, 10,000 years, to the end of the last ice age. By the time things thawed out, as few as 500 cheetahs existed, which means today's cheetahs all come from a handful of common ancestors, sharing so much DNA, it's as if they're all identical twins. This lack of genetic diversity limits their breeding success and ability to ward off disease. Despite the small gene pool, cheetahs were able to build up their numbers over the years. But then came the worst threat of all, human-caused impacts.
The cheetah is an animal that doesn't do well in protected game reserves, so 90% of the cheetahs living out in Africa are found outside of protected areas where they're in direct conflict with humans and their livestock.
No matter how you add it up, cheetahs are on the losing end of that conflict. In a relatively short amount of time, cheetah populations have suffered dramatic declines. Hunting and poaching have definitely taken their toll. However, the real impact comes simply from the number of humans now living in traditional cheetah ranges. There's less prey to hunt and less space to hunt in.
Most of the cheetahs are found in fragmented populations. 2/3 of them are very small populations, maybe 50 animals, 25 animals, throughout about 2/3 of the countries.
Which is why groups like the Cheetah Conservation Fund are so important. As head of CCF, Dr. Lori Marker hopes to stabilize and restore cheetah numbers.
From our base in Namibia, where we have a research and education center, we're working to save the wild population of cheetahs from Namibia and throughout the range.
So here's the basic challenge. You've got humans that need land to grow food and raise livestock. You've got cheetahs that live on that land and sometimes have to prey on that livestock. You want to save the cheetah, but you don't want to hurt the farmer's livelihood. What do you do?
We work with the farming community to protect their livestock, grow their wildlife, and actually maintain landscapes that allow predators like the cheetah on their land.
The Cheetah Conservation Fund also provides one other key solution: dogs. Specifically, Anatolian Shepherds. CCF breeds and then places the dogs with farmers to guard their stock. And the Cheetah Conservation Fund teaches the farmers how to care for and utilize the dogs. And they also provide free medical care for the animals. To date, nearly 200 Anatolian Shepherds have been placed as livestock guardians and have had a dramatic impact by reducing the number of wild cheetahs trapped and killed in Namibia. And cheetah conservation can also happen closer to home. The White Oak Conservation Center here in the U.S. is renowned for research, rehabilitation, and conservation of a variety of animals, including cheetahs. The goal is to increase genetic diversity and bolster population numbers.
Every cub that's born, we look at within a 2-year period trying to place them into another zoological institution. The Cheetah Species Survival Plan sets up so that we can look at the genetics of all the individual animals, and then we'll have a better idea of who should be breeding with whom and who shouldn't be breeding with whom, which is very important as well.
This work to strengthen the cheetah's genetic mix, combined with a better general knowledge of cheetah numbers and movement, as well as conservation in their native ranges, should contribute greatly to this amazing cat's survival. But when it comes to saving a species, the work of conservancies like White Oak and the Cheetah Conservation Fund are only part of the story. The other part is you. There are so many ways to get involved, plus a wealth of online resources to turn to. One place to start is our own Shamu TV Saving a Species webpage. Make a visit, learn more about cheetahs, and then share the knowledge with your friends. Before you know it, you'll be plugged in with people all over the globe, all committed to making sure cheetahs stay with us for generations to come.
Now let's turn back to our experts for a quick recap of what we call Saving a Species Wild Round. Each expert has 15 seconds to give a quick overview of their top content takeaways. Remember, 15 seconds, starting now.
With today's demonstration, we should all walk away with a greater appreciation for the cheetah, a magnificent animal, knowing that when its survival's on the line, it can be even faster and more agile in the natural environment.
Everything about a cheetah is over-engineered.
That big old heart.
Flexible spine.
Non-retractable claws.
Black stripes under the eyes to absorb sunlight.
Guy liner, yeah, I like it. Rudder-shaped tail.
Really tiny head.
Don't mention the head because they don't like it.
It makes them faster though, it's aerodynamic.
Tigers don't have little heads.
Cheetahs are an amazing and unique species of cat. They're playful, they're social, they form coalitions with their brothers that last a lifetime. They even have vocalizations similar to small cats, even though they're as big as a large cat.
There's no reason cheetahs can't survive. It just takes awareness, knowledge, and positive actions. After all, it worked for the American alligator, the elephant seal, and the bald eagle, to name a few. When we care, do the science, and act, we can all help save species.
Today we've learned about cheetah adaptations, their speed and social life, and hopeful plans for their conservation. But that's just the beginning of the story. To learn more about cheetahs and other incredible animals, visit shamutv.com. Each week we'll post activities, games, and behind-the-scenes videos to help inspire you to make a difference in the lives of cheetahs. We'll also encourage you to become a fan of the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund Facebook page. Until next time, I'm Bill Street saying thanks for watching and for your part in saving a species.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. It is April 1st, 2025. This is the public hearing and it is 5:45 p.m. Call this public hearing to order. The one item we have tonight is Ordinance 2025-10, an ordinance to amend Article 4, Section 4.010 of the the LaVergne zoning ordinance regarding off-street parking requirements. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on February 25th, 2025. At this point, the podium is open. If anyone would like to come and speak on this, now would be the time. Again, one more time, if anyone would like to speak, now would be the time. Seeing no one, I'm going to adjourn the public hearing, and we will then start the Board of Mayor and Aldermen at 6 p.m. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen meeting. It is April 1st, 2025, and it is 6 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We will have Alderwoman Hobbs with the prayer, and I'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone would please rise for the prayer and the pledge.
Our dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the beautiful weather you've provided today. I want to pray for safety for our city in the upcoming storms this week. I pray for protection over our first responders. Lord, please be with our staff as they work for the betterment of our city, and grant the board the wisdom and the courage to make LaVergne a better place. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. First, we have approved minutes from the February 27th, 2025 workshop and the March 4th, 2025 regular meeting. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next, we're going to move on to presentations. Michael Dietz, can I have you join me? And if you could get your team to get his hat off.
Right, guys, come on up.
Everyone looks excited.
They're like, what's going on?
This isn't April Fool's, right?
This is not an April Fool's, and I'm going to... I'm also going to need Mr. Oakley to join us. So, we've got some people working their way in, I think, who are going to want to see this. So, first, before I read anything, Michael, you want to say anything about your team?
Yeah, sure, Mayor. I mean,
get closer to the mic.
I mean, for me, it's simple. I'm the beneficiary of getting to work with these guys day in and day out. I see what they do on a daily basis. You know, not only do they respond to inclement weather, but they're the true backbone of our city, of maintaining the infrastructure. They come to work, they have fun, they get along. We have no problems ever. Just very blessed to have them and call them a part of our team. I'd also be remiss if I didn't acknowledge everybody at Public Works, including Christina Wright, who answers the phone, and she posts things on social media, et cetera, after hours. So just thankful for the board for acknowledging what they do. Really appreciate it, and I hope the citizens see it as well.
Now, gentlemen, I've got one of these for each one of you, and it reads, this is a certificate of appreciation for your dedication and leadership throughout the recent winter weather events, and for always doing what is needed to ensure the safety of our roads, for our residents, and for our visitors. So, from the board, from our residents, thank you. We appreciate y'all. And we do have a special one of these made. It's, hold this for just a minute. Come here for a minute, Doug. Come here, Mr. Oakley. So, gentlemen, y'all may know this name.
The weather bug.
So, this one is special to Doug the Weather Bug Oakley. So, again, thank you.
I'd like to just second everything that the mayor said. Thank you guys so much for everything you do. We really do appreciate it, especially it was so cold and miserable and the pipes were bursting and y'all were out there all hours of the night. We really do thank you for the time you take away from your families to help provide to make the city a better place. It really means so much to all of us. Thank you.
So moving on to departmental reports. Deputy Chief Hatcher and Mr. Patton, you can come up.
Oh, we have HR with
For all your hard work and dedication to the citizens and the employees of the city of LaVergne, you are now here deputized. A LaVergne police officer, take care of the report.
I absolutely will do this. Mr. City Administrator, I would like the pay for the Deputy Chief for this report for this evening.
5 minutes.
No, you know, I'm gonna graciously give this back to Chief Hatcher, who actually knows all the information, but I will keep my sticker of being a deputy, and thank you. But wait, there's more. Okay.
Mayor, Alderman, good evening. You have the report in front of you, both for the comparisons between the month of February and March, but also year to date, and also comparisons of 24 and 25. Some of the numbers are looking good. Some of them are still a little higher than I want. But each and every month it's going to be a roller coaster ride, and there's not much, that we can do to prevent the crime. We're doing the best we can. But crime is going to exist no matter what. We do the best we can to thwart it and be there when we can.
Deputy Chief Hatcher, we've had several residents over the last month or so reach out publicly about some of the street racing that's going on, and it's regardless of the side of town. But can you kind of address that and ways that they can help communicate to you guys about what's going on?
Sure. Aside from the 311 reports that we get, which takes a little bit of time before they get read through email, if they're seeing these actions going on, immediately call. And if there's any danger or threats to the general public, 911. And we'll get there as fast as we can, try to take video if they can, be as good a witness as they can. That helps us out tremendously.
Does anyone else have any questions? I've only got one more. If you could let us talk to us about our new animal friends.
Yeah. Do we have the picture?
Glenn?
Oh.
Yes, we have the new Paw Patrol, Duncan, and of course Callie, our feline. They've been entered onto the role, and we're getting them trained up, and we're looking forward to seeing what they can do.
And she's part of that kitten catastrophe crew?
That could be. Could be.
Make sure they get lots of good treats.
Yes, lots of water.
And lots of water.
Yeah.
Especially
shade.
when it's hot.
And shade.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
back to Vice Mayor No, make sure they get lots of water.
Yes, ma'am.
And food.
Apple
and,
water.
And, yeah.
Okay.
We want to make sure that Vice Mayor No is well represented tonight.
Yes, ma'am.
And please remember to bring the pets inside in the courtroom.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We're going to put that PSA out.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, sir.
Moving on to the fire department. Chief Beasley and Mr. Patton.
Mr. Patton, if you would. We've had a recent job posting in the fire department, and we would like to invite you to be an honorary member. No, I won't put it on your head.
Wow. Wow.
So, you know the speech.
Yes, the report is good. Fires are down. Calls are up. Tomfoolery is at full exposure.
100%.
Yes, yes. And the fire is doing better than the police department. Did I say that correctly?
100%.
Okay, good. April Fool.
He lost his pay. He has lost his pay.
Do y'all have any questions? Y'all seen the monthly report?
Thank you so much. And thank you, our new police, fire chief, HR director, Patton. Hope you know how much we appreciate you.
Thank you.
Moving on to Parks and Recreation Department, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, you guys have the numbers for the parks. I'd like to introduce you to the newest parks employee, Andrew Patton. Would you like to report, sir?
Go ahead.
You see 94 help desk tickets, 825 man hours devoted to those. Past events, March 7th was our first community-wide workshop at the multipurpose building. It was build a bird feeder. Upcoming events, April 12th is our Easter drive-through. That is from 10 a.m. to 11:30, or while supplies last at Veterans Memorial Park. April 26th, block party and the Touch-a-Truck event. That's at Veterans also from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. As of right now, we have 15 Touch-a-Truck displays and 39 vendors. That would be food vendors, vendors, food trucks, and games. Upcoming meetings, April 21st, Beautification and Arts Advisory at 6 p.m. May 19th, Park and Rec Advisory Committee at 5 p.m. Any questions?
Thank you, David. Moving on to the library, Ms. Donna Bebout.
Is Andrew not?
Well, he may. Who knows? Mayor and Alderman, good evening. You have before you the March report, and very happy to say that our attendance and our circulation has gone up, so very happy with that. Want to get right on into some of the great programs that we're having. Tomorrow is Dragons Love Tacos. I know you've heard me talk about it several times. It's based on the book by Ernie Nolan, and based on the book by Adam Rubin, and then the screenwrite by Ernie Nolan. Murfreesboro Little Theater will be there at 10 a.m. for that, and of course anyone is invited to come and be with us. April is National Poetry Month, and I wanted to give you a glimpse at some of the talent that one of our staff members has. This is Mara Harris. Mara's been with us for a while, and she painted the tree and got that up and going, and then we have a great display of lots of different poetry books. It's National Library Week next week, April the 6th through the 12th. And I have a proclamation that I would like to read very quickly, if that is fine. National Library Week 2025 Proclamation. Whereas libraries spark creativity, fuel imagination, and inspire lifelong learning, offering a space where individuals of all ages can explore new ideas and be drawn to new possibilities. Whereas libraries serve as a vibrant community hub, connecting people with knowledge, technology, and resources while fostering civic engagement, critical thinking, and lifelong learning. Whereas libraries provide free and equitable access to books, digital tools, and innovative programming, ensuring that all individuals, regardless of background, have the support they need to learn, connect, and thrive. Whereas libraries partner with schools, businesses, and organizations, connecting the dots to maximize resources, increase efficiency, and expand access to essential services, strengthening the entire community. Whereas libraries empower job seekers, entrepreneurs, and lifelong learners by providing access to resources, training, and opportunities that support career growth and economic success. Whereas libraries nurture young minds through story times, STEAM programs, and literacy initiatives, fostering curiosity and a love of learning that lasts a lifetime. Whereas libraries protect the right to read, think, and explore without censorship, standing as champions of intellectual freedom and free expression. Whereas dedicated library workers provide welcoming spaces that inspire discovery, collaboration, and creativity for all. Whereas libraries and library workers across the country are joined together to celebrate National Library Week under the theme, Drawn to the Library. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Donna Bebout, Director of the LaVergne Public Library, proclaim April 6th through 12th, 2025 as National Library Week. And during this week, I encourage all residents to visit the library, explore its resources, and celebrate all the ways that the library draws us together as a community.
Amen, and so moved.
Yes, very well said. And one last thing, Page Turner's Book Club. It's still going on, Saturday, April 26th at 10:30 a.m., and it's How to Age Disgracefully. Very good read. Do we have any questions?
Just, Miss Donna, what happened to the title of your
Oh, no.
at the very top?
It's Wheel of Fortune.
Yes. Whereas the mayor always has shenanigans up his sleeve, at the LaVergne Public Library, you can now take the letters, and we should have the letter people tonight, to fill in for all of the different letters.
I think Andrew could help with that.
Yeah, sure. Yep.
Absolutely.
Any questions?
Thank you all
Thank
very
you.
much.
Now moving on to a very much shenanigan-free finance department.
Well,
Miss Danielle Brown.
Who'd you kick?
me.
Andrew.
I like your hat. Thank you. The financials are included in the packet. Page 1 is the summary for February year-to-date. Expenditures exceed revenues by $122,000. Sales tax exceeds the same period as last year by $225,000. Added the property taxes to the report. You can see we're at 95% collection. It exceeds last year at the same time by $175,000. The water and sewer fund, the net income is $3.5 million. If you look at page 2, it's a comparison of the general fund and water fund. Sorry, page 2 is the cash balances, sorry. The general fund has $33.8 million. The water sewer fund has $12.5, and in total, with all the accounts, it's $67 million. Page 3 is the general fund and water sewer fund current year compared to last year at the same time. And then at the bottom is the graph of the water and sewer fund. Are there any questions?
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
And last but not least, we've got the water treatment plant, Mr. Danny Campbell.
Good evening, Mayor and Board. I hope you've had the opportunity, if I could speak, to review our monthly report for March. One thing I would like to note is We have hired one operator, Andrew. We are fully staffed now. That's not a joke, but you could do it though. If I could do it, you could do it. And I also wanted to say our thank you is from Infomark and the water treatment plant to Mike's guys in the city, because when that winter storm hits and everything and we need to get to work because we got to be there 24/7 as well, you guys give us the opportunity to get there. We got no issues with that. So we send you out to tanks. We send you out doing all that stuff. We never hear any gripes. So we appreciate you guys very much. Anything else?
Any questions? Thank you, Danny. Moving on to old business. Second reading, ordinance 2025-07, an ordinance to amend Title 14, Chapter 6 of the LaVergne Municipal Code by adding sinkhole protections to the Stormwater Management Ordinance. This received a favorable recommendation from the Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board on February 3rd, 2025. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
I vote aye. That motion passes. Number 6, second reading ordinance 2025-08, an ordinance to amend Title 14, Chapter 1, Section 14-105 and Title 14, Chapter 8, Section 14-809 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding the public comment period. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
A motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Good.
Second and a third? Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Number 7, second reading ordinance 2025-09, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 general fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
A motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. Any discussion? Alderman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Motion passes. Next, we've got the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Hobbs, our second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. Number 9, moving on to new business. First reading ordinance 2025-10, an ordinance to amend Article 4, Section 4.010 of the LaVergne zoning ordinance regarding off-street parking requirements. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on February 25th, 2025. A public hearing was held tonight at 5:45 here in this room. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Or Haas. Haas. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Number 10, first reading ordinance 2025-11, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 State Street Aid Fund budget. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. Number 11, first reading ordinance 2025-12, an ordinance to amend Title 11, Chapter 6 of the LaVergne Municipal Code by adding a new Section 11-604 entitled Wearing Masks or Facial Coverings. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. Number 12, first reading ordinance 2025-13, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 general fund budget. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Hobbs. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Resolution 2025-07, resolution to approve the land acquisition policy for additional real property interests needed for the South Waldron Road widening project. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
A second from Alderwoman Haas. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. And then number 14, motion to approve an application for a certificate of compliance for an off-premises consumption retail liquor store, Nemisha LLC, DBA City Slickers, 5410 Murfreesboro Road. I make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. Alderman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to board comments. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Just want to remind everybody of the Easter drive-through on April 14th. I believe it's at 10, right, David? 10 to 11:30. I look forward to seeing everybody out there.
Alderman Coates.
I went down to the library last week to renew my driving license, and the system works very, very well and very, very efficient, and I encourage the citizens to use it.
Alderwoman Haas.
Well, March Madness didn't pan out for Tennessee nor Kentucky, but there's always next year.
Thank you. I did want to remind everybody, echo Alderwoman Hobbs's comments about the Easter drive-through at Veterans Memorial Park, 10 to 11:30, or while supplies last. Get there early, guys, because it lines up very quickly. And thank you to everybody, because this isn't something that is just a parks event. We have police, we have fire, we have parks, we have streets, we have people from all types of departments, library, who come and help with this. So this is really a full city event. So thank you for everyone who's doing that. Do want to remind everyone, Aldi's is opening up this week as part of Uptown LaVergne. And so we will have a ribbon cutting on Thursday morning. We are very excited about that. For a city, we always want to welcome new business in. And then last but not least, just want to remind everyone about the block party Touch a Truck event on the 26th. We will get lots of information out before then, but it is always a fun event. Lots of kids blowing lots of horns for every type of vehicle. Moms and dads love it, and kids get lots of energy out. Do want to tell our HR director, and I guess we could put him on the board too. I mean, just to add on to all the other titles. Thank you for being a good sport tonight. We appreciate you with this. So,
You're welcome.
and then want to tell Miss Ann Smith, thank you. We appreciate you and everything you do. With that, I will call this meeting adjourned. Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. There are no public comments. Mr. Logan, do you have any comments this evening?
No, sir, thanks.
Thank you, sir. So we will start with item number 3. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, rezoning of property requested by Equitable Property Company, LLC, 76.55 acres, property located on and near Waldron and Blair Roads, tax map 32, parcel 3.04 and 3.05, and tax maps 29, parcels 41.01 and 41.02. Current zoning district R1 low density residential zoning district, proposed zoning district PDR R3 planned density residential zoning district with a base zone of R3 high density residential, property owned by the Industrial Development Board of the City of LaVergne. Mr. Logan.
So this is a request.
Sorry, sir.
That's okay. This is a request for concept plan and rezoning for the roughly 77 acre property, which is the IDB property on South Waldron Road near Blair and Carruthers. This property is located on the west side of Waldron and south of Blair, and it does back up to the Ridge subdivision, as we'll see in a moment. Directly across the street from this property is Arbor Ridge, and then next door to the site on the west is the Ridge. And the purpose of this plan is to develop a mixed-use project with approximately 614 dwelling units total, and this will include some single-family, some townhomes, and some apartments. And we'll look at that in a moment. Also calls for 208,000 square feet of commercial and office space. So on the screen, you can see the property. This is Waldron, and then the roof of Rock Springs Elementary School there at Lake Road in Waldron. So you can see roughly here 2 large parcels, and they're calling these the north parcel and the south parcel. So zooming in here, you can see those in more detail with the Ridge subdivision there existing. This zoning currently is R1, so this request is to move it from R1 to PDR, planned density residential, with an R3 base zoning. And moving on to the photos of the site. So this is the property in the foreground, and those rooftops in the back are the Ridge subdivision. And here's another photo of the 77 acres. And one more photo. And you can see currently it's just undeveloped property. So moving into the design book, the south parcel, and they're showing this here on the front of the design book, the south parcel has a lot of mixed use, multi-floor buildings with basically ground retail and upper story residential. So you can see this concept here that shows the north parcel and then the southern parcel. Both parcels have multifamily, but I'll start with this north parcel. So the road here is the Blair Road extension that would come back and tie into the existing Blair Road. These units here, all these buildings here where I'm pointing are apartments, and they're proposing about 336 for this north parcel. And then the green buildings at the top are townhome units, and there's roughly 36 or 38 townhome units. Then this red building at the bottom right is slated for future fire hall. So sticking with the north parcel, these are the renderings, architectural renderings for the proposed apartments. And they're showing 3-story, but they did receive a variance just a few minutes ago at BOZA to go up to 4 stories. And then there's your unit counts, and I think I mentioned already that they're totaling out about 336 for this north parcel. So then the south parcel is more mixed use. There's a lot going on this site. There's out parcels with a quick serve restaurant and also full service restaurants. So those out parcels go up and down Waldron. Behind that is 3-story buildings right now, some 2, some 3, with ground floor retail and upper story office and residential as well. So there's 242 apartment units on the south parcel, 336 on the north. So 242 and 336. And that's your multifamily units. Now, they are proposing a lot of pedestrian connections, sidewalks, greenway, that sort of thing. So probably didn't mention, but the part of the south parcel that's reserved for a future grocer would be this light green part, sort of the upper left part of that southern parcel. So that would be the grocery store that's been mentioned also with this project. And then, of course, there's several pie charts and whatnot of economic development and its impact. And then this page has a list of some of their clients that they've worked with in the past, different restaurants and retailers. And then moving on, this is a good part of the book to talk about staff comments. They've addressed all the planning and engineering comments. And I think we went over this 2 weeks ago, but they did on the bottom left. So it's page 26 of the book, or page 43 of the packet. But on the bottom left, I'll point to this part, but here they say masonry shall include traditional brick as available in a variety of sizes and colors. Includes modular, standard, queen, utility, and monarch. And stone shall include the following: natural stone products, stone veneer, and panelized stone. And then the last sentence, they talk about cementitious products, which are basically hardy board, Nichiha, and certainteed. And there's also smart side and allura. So those have been clarified. Just above that, about the 5th bullet up, it talks about townhomes will be 60% fiber cement board and 40% masonry. And then multifamily is at 20% brick or stone and 55 fiber cement, with 19% of that being glazing, which is glass and doors and windows. So all that's been looked at and studied, and it passes the litmus test. So at this point, I'll turn over to Gary. I don't think he's got any comments, but
no, all our comments are addressed.
Thank you, gentlemen. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
A comment on my end. In talking to neighbors, residents, friends in the subdivisions on the south side of town there, South Waldron, I'd say it's about 80-20 positive reviews. They really like the merchandising plan. That one slide that you just passed, that was very exciting to a lot of the residents that had a chance to view it. And we can't wait to get some of these great establishments, over on the south side of town. So very excited overall. There's, a few people concerned about traffic and whatnot, understandably so. We're addressing that. But it mostly favorable, and it's one of the projects that I've never seen such a level of excitement like this. So very happy on the south side.
Thank you, sir.
I'll add to that. I've had sit-down conversations with the HOA, neighborhood for Hamlet at the Carruthers, which this backs up to as well for the northern section. They are very excited about this. I've got a community meeting with Brookside Phase 2, and they are very excited to go through the details about this from what we discussed. So unless anyone has anything else, I'll make a motion to give a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
We have a motion for a favorable with a second from Mr. Mark. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. We will be sending a favorable recommendation for this project to the mayor and alderman. Thank you, everyone. Item number 4, final plat Arbor Ridge, Section 11, 19 lots on 6.58 acres requested by SEC Inc. Property located on Waldron Road, tax map 32, part of parcel 4.04, PDR, Planned Density Residential Zoning District, property owned by Brookfield Holdings Arbor, LLC. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. So this is a request for final plat at Arbor Ridge, Section 11, and this is located on roughly 6.5 acres. You can see there on the screen. Let me move to the next. So Section 11 is adjacent to South Waldron Road, and also it's near the what I call the construction entrance there, or old gravel road that goes back in through the property that we were just talking about in the previous item. So this is zoned PDR, Planned Density Residential, of course, and move on. Here's some photos of the homes that have been built thus far, and another photo of the construction and road work. Let me move into this plat. So they are proposing to build one new street, a cul-de-sac, and it's called Cowslip Way, and all of the lots are arranged on either side of that road, and then this is Waldron on the left side. So this is built up right next to Waldron, and they do have also with this plat a common area with a detention pond, and that's about 3.88 acres as well. And then you can see the stream buffer here to the north and east. But all the lots meet the requirements of the zoning ordinance, and they all have are showing sidewalks as well in front of them. And there's no staff comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments for staff? If none, we'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve. Mayor, did you have a?
I have a question for the applicant.
Would the applicant please come to the podium? Name and address, kind sir.
Good evening, Aus Ahmed, SEC, 850 Middle Tennessee Boulevard, Murfreesboro.
Just want to confirm on the record that all of these lots, they're valid and buildable, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Very good.
Motion to approve.
We have no further questions. Motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Jim?
Yep.
All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, sir.
There's three. There's just
Item number 5, site plan, Fifth Third Bank, new building on 22,014 square feet on 0.77 acres requested by Infinity, property located at 5343 Murfreesboro Road. Tax map 14, parcel 72.1, C2 Highway Service Zoning District, property owned by Woodhaven LaVergne LLC. Mr. Logan.
So this item is a request for site plan approval for a new Fifth Third Bank in LaVergne. And you can see Murfreesboro Road here in the center of the screen, and this bank will go on Murfreesboro Road in front of the Mid-South Carpenters Trade School. Zooming in, you can see the current imagery for the school. And then this is Murfreesboro Road to the south. So the zoning is C2, which is highway commercial zoning, so no issue there. Here's a photo. So this is Murfreesboro Road, and then Chipotle under construction in the distance. So this is in the vicinity of the Chipotle as well. Another photo, this is the Mid-South Carpenters Trade School in the rear. And moving on to the site plan. So this is the site plan on the screen. The bank is proposed to be a little over 2,000 square feet. And you can see they do have a remote drive-through that'll be at the rear of the bank. And you probably remember at the workshop, I discussed the quasi-roundabout in the back. So traffic can come in, go through the remote drive-through, and then it can go either left or right. And it could exit and go to the next out parcel to the north, or excuse me, to the west, or it can go the opposite direction, go to the east parcel. And then also at the front of the building, near Murfreesboro Road, they also have this cross access on either side. And the parking here meets the requirements. They have ample parking. And, of course, they're going to be installing landscaping. And the landscaping also meets the city's requirements. The architectural, Jake just passed out to you all the hard copies of their architectural, so you can take a look at what they're proposing. And then the materials board is at the podium as well, which with each of the materials. And you'll see on that materials board there's several different variations of brick and color. And then the building that they've submitted in the architectural that you can see up there is it's a lot of white brick and it's a lot of glass. So, and then they have the highlights with the blue and the green, which are their bank colors. But overall, it looks like a nice building. So if you've got any comments on that, we'll be glad to hear those. The only comment for the sidewalk has been addressed. They did change it to 6 feet. It was 5 feet 2 weeks ago, and I commented on that, but they have fixed that to 6 feet wide. The demolition plan shows a 5-foot sidewalk. But on, I forgot the sheet number, but I did talk with the representative before the meeting, and that 6 feet is showing maybe C point, I believe it's CO 2.01, which is this one. But at any rate, they may want to discuss that with you all. If that's the only comment, there's none from...
Actually, I do have one thing.
Oh, okay.
They did not correct the fire turning movement that, Mayor, you mentioned. However, they are going to be able to access it from the back, so they will not have any problem getting fire engines around there.
You want to elaborate on that for us, Mr. Gary?
All right, so the mayor was absolutely right last time that there will not be a left turn into this site because TDOT made them close it down when we redid the traffic signal at the next intersection up. But they are going to have access along the back from a shared access easement that connects all these parcels together.
Okay.
And that'll provide the access for the fire trucks.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a representative for this project? If you would, please come to the podium and state your name and address.
My name is Prapun Vasanapratit. I'm from Tampa, Florida. My address is 11229 Gold Compass Street, Gibsonton, Florida.
Thank you, sir. I have a couple of questions for you.
I do. We were talking about, or Bo was talking about the sidewalks. On what I have here, number 6 shows 4 feet concrete for number 6. And so, Bo, I'm looking at C02.01, number 6 in keyed notes.
Oh, no, sir, that says 4-inch concrete sidewalk. So the sidewalk is 4-inch thick.
4-inch.
Yes, sir, but if you zoom into that section down there, sir.
Okay.
Yep. You will see the dimension right there that says 6 feet.
Okay, so it's right there.
Yes, sir.
It's not the 6 in the circle, but it's another 6 to the left.
Yeah, that's 6, that's dimension right there, sir.
Okay. Staff's good with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good. Any other questions or comments? Yes, sir, Mr. Mark?
The blue-green materials, what is that exactly?
I would need my architectural.
Name and address, sir.
Yeah. Good evening, Tim Bloken with BDG Architects, 6725 Porterfield Road in Charlotte, North Carolina. And sorry, who asked the question?
I did.
The blue and green it's called a aluminum composite metal.
Okay.
So it's a double skin. It's really a high-end, very durable and very clean. It has a high durable finish on it. It's not just a regular coating. It's just like a 30-year Kynar paint.
Okay, so it's not going to like fade and
It won't fade. It won't fade.
is
That's
that like a
right.
powder coat?
It's like a Kynar powder coat. Yes. So it has like I want to say a 20 or 30-year warranty.
Okay.
But it's considered on the class of metal panels the high class.
And then, Bo, that's allowable? That's...
Yes, as an accent. Yeah, I mean, they couldn't do the whole building out of it,
Right.
but as an accent, it's fine, yeah.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? We'll entertain a motion.
Motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept. We have a second.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen. And our final item will be bonds and letters of credit. Ms. Williams.
Good evening, everybody. You should have the bond list in front of you. It is current and up to date, and that's all I've got.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? We will call this meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
so she sees all of this.
Good afternoon. This is the LaVergne Library Board meeting for March 10th, 2025. It is 5 p.m. and we'll call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. And I guess first order of business is to approve the minutes from the January 13th, 2025 regular meeting. And you have those in your packets. You want to have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right. We'll move on to the order of business. The first item is the library fire system replacement. And do you want to start with this, or?
Chairman Green, you are very,
Since I got the quotes.
very aware of what we're doing here. So I would like to defer to you to talk about this, please.
All right. If you all remember, several weeks ago, we had a big brownout in LaVergne, weird power thing that happened. Well, it certainly affected the library, and it basically burned out the fire panel in the library. So it is a very old system. I think it's the original system from when the library was built,
2002.
2002. So talking with the city administration and everything, we decided it's probably just go ahead and replace the system. It's time for that. So that's what this quote is. Bruce wanted it to be an emergency purchase. That's our city administrator. Since it is a fire panel and it is a public building and it is our beautiful library. So they are going to do a budget amendment for this into Donna's current year budget to pay for this. And I believe it's scheduled to start being installed in
March 24th.
24th, yep.
March 24th through the 28th.
Yep.
They will be in.
Yep, so you can look through there and see all the various pieces and parts, but it's basically replacing everything, all the fire pools, all the strobes, the sirens, the panel, the sensors that for the air units and the water sprinklers and everything like that. So that's really more of a, I guess, an FYI, that something that has to happen and is going to happen.
Correct. And if you'll look on page 7 of the 12 pages, that shows the payment schedule. And it was appreciated that Bruce put this on as an emergency purchase, and that we're able to push this through. I know the Board of Mayor and Aldermen were contacted to let them know that this would be going on through and that it will be on April's agenda for our ratification, I believe.
Yeah.
So payment 1 is 50% of the proposal due upon acceptance, and that was $10,968.46. And then payment 2 was a little less, $10,968.45. Just to say, Glenn has such a great rapport with Turner Security. They are fantastic. They come out, they take care of things, and they don't go overboard. If it's not needed, they will not do that. They will quote just what's needed and will take care of things. So does anyone have any questions about it?
I have
Yes.
one question. I was looking at the list of parts and services and things, and there's a mention here of surge protection. I don't know if does that unit protect us from future brownouts and things like that? Like, is it a true power conditioner, or are we at risk that?
Which one?
That was page 5.
Yeah, I was looking at where it has.
on page 5 or
surge
6.
protector, et cetera. I'm just curious
That is
if there's
going to
any
be-
provision for that.
That is only going to be protection for the panel itself.
Okay,
It's
got
not
it.
for the building.
Okay.
Yep.
Got it.
And the notifier panel is what took the brunt of the brownout, blackout. And of course, we had to put in, Turner came and did this before for us in August, but they used our existing to try to save us some money just to get us up and going with the fire alarm system. And so we appreciate that, but yes, I knew Glenn would know more about what that was.
So the budget amendment, they added the funds to the library budget from another city account so that it didn't have to
Right,
take
this
away?
will come out of the general fund, and it will be a budget amendment.
Excellent.
And so we will see this at the end of the budget year, that it will be amended into our account.
Good.
Because we recently spent $17,000 for a new rooftop HVAC. So our extra funds were pretty low. And so they will do a budget amendment.
Excellent.
All right, any other questions on that? Next is the outdoor library sign repair and software upgrade. And you have a picture of that in here.
And again, I'm going to defer to you,
To me
Glenn.
on that one. So you've seen the sign out there. It's not been working for quite a while. When Verizon sold their service to another company, their billboard display service. And so we got to investigating and found that the company that originally won the bid was still in business, and they're here in Nashville. And so they quoted us a very good price of $1,750 to come out and get this operational again, and then $350 a year for basically the cellular connection and the software that you use to program it. So we thought that was a no-brainer on that, and it's in your easy budget. So
Yes, we did have that in our budget.
yeah. So that I believe last we heard there should be out this week or next. I believe, right?
I believe it's this week.
This week, yeah.
Yes, they're
Yeah,
going to
so-
try to be out probably Wednesday or Thursday. They feel like they can do it possibly in a day, maybe 2 days. And then you'll start seeing more of our bright signs up, talking about our programs. They're great for when we have closures due to inclement weather, things of this sort. And the good thing, before we had to play with the displays that we created on like PowerPoint or Publisher. Now they allow Canva, and the library has a Canva account. And so look forward to some great, beautiful displays. We look forward to that. And it will be two-sided on both sides, and it duplicates.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know if anybody ever remembers when it was working, but it was great when it worked.
Yes.
Had the time and everything, and you could put all your stuff up there. So looking forward to getting that back.
Yeah, the widgets were wonderful. We had like a time widget, and I think we even had a weather.
A weather one.
Weather
Yep.
at the temp widget.
All right. Any questions on that? All right. The curbside book return bin. That's all you. I don't know
Right.
anything other than what it says it is right here.
I'm excited. It looks like we're just spending. But of course, we are getting close to the end of the budget year. I do want to say the library is very good about how we spend our money. We try to be very careful about it so that we can have a balanced budget at the end of the year. And this has been in the budget. If you've noticed, we had put in a concrete pad where there used to be a muddy, grassy area where people would walk across to put their books into the book drop that's located on the side of the building. I have been waiting for this particular book return to get back in stock, and it has. It's the Kingsley 50 series, C-Series, Outdoor Returns. It does come with one cart that is movable. We can roll it in, unload the books or videos, and bring it back out. This will be bolted into the concrete, so we're excited about that. The one drawback is that where we've had to put it, if you come in through the front entrance, it will be on the passenger side. So if you have a passenger, pass your books to them and they can put it in. You can also curve around carefully, not hitting any pedestrians, and pull up so that you can put your books in. And I like that it extends out. There was one that was a really pretty color, but it was flat and not what we needed. So I feel really good about this one. It will hold, I'm going to quote this wrong, 350 books and like 600 videos if they were separate. Overnight or over a weekend, we would not receive that many. It's just going to be very helpful. And we will check it periodically throughout the day. I just think it's going to be a great addition to our library. It is coming in the sandstone that will match our library. And we had book return, just like it's showing there, put on it. They had library returns, but we weren't real sure what all we would get, so we wanted to put book return on there. Again, there's a possibility that we may have something different put in, but we will watch for that. Do you have any questions about the book return, Ben?
Will that be on camera surveillance also?
It is. It will be caught on camera.
question.
Yes.
That's a good question.
Yes, our camera catches that area where cars pull up.
So any
It's a good
vandalism
question.
you can see? Okay.
Yes.
All right, questions or comments? All right, we will move on to the preliminary 2025-2026 library budget.
Okay. This is very preliminary. We are in beginning budget talks now. I've met with our new finance director, Danielle, and we have gone over our general fund budget. So I'm just going to give you a few of the changes. There may be more, and I will bring this back to you in the May library board meeting. So for right now, all of the yellow areas, we do not have control over. That will come from the Board of Mayor and Aldermen as far as our wages, the insurance, the retirement. All of those numbers will be populated by our Board of Mayor and Aldermen. If you go down, starting with line item 148, this is the employee education and training. We had $350 in there. We have had $350 in there for a long time. And that does not go a long way. We try to do a lot of the free webinars that the American Library Association gives us, but I have some staff members that I've been wanting to get certified in certain areas, and I have to give a shout out to Lauren McGowan. She just recently received her certification on basic cataloging through the American Library Association, and this is a big deal. Tammy had been our sole cataloger, and now Lauren is also there and learning the tricks of the trade. And so we're very excited about that.
Great.
We want to extend those certifications, there's a lot of different ones, to other members of the library staff. And so as Danielle and I were looking over our budget, if you will go down to line item 237, advertising. That line item has had $500 in it for several years, and it has not been touched. We do our banners, we do most everything in-house. Now that we have our sign back, we'll be able to use it more for there. So we're going to move that 500 up to the employee education line. And then going on down, 259, other professional services, $300. I could not see, going years back, where we had used that. Glenn, I may defer to you. Do you know of anything?
No. Nope.
Okay, so we are going to move that $300 up to $149. And then going on down to $317 compact disc.
CDs.
That's old. At least you didn't have floppy on there.
No, we took floppy off years ago when we took videotapes off. Or, nope, videotapes
Oh, they're still there.
on there. It's still on there.
Mhm.
That should be DVD. We'll make sure we change that. We are not buying the music CDs, any that we put in. And you would be surprised, a lot of people still come in and borrow those. They love to borrow them and listen to them. With us being there with the campground and different places, people will have a CD player, and so they'll come over and borrow some of the CDs, the music CDs. So we're going to lower that to 100, and then we'll see if we spend 100 this coming year. So we're going to take that 100, add it up to 148, which will give us a total of $1,250 for education.
Awesome.
Any comments, concerns about that particular area?
I think it's a good move.
It is.
I think it will be too. And this will open up the door that I will feel more comfortable in getting our staff more of these certifications. I have used line 235, which is membership, registration fees, and tuition. We register for our American Library Association memberships. We register for certain webinars. We become members of certain professional, help me out, professional.
Organizations.
Thank you, organizations, that's a good word. Thank you. So that we want to keep where it is. But this, I feel like it will give us, we have this money. So now, could we have gone over in years past and then have to do a budget amendment or pulled it from another line? Yes, but we like to stay within what we're given. And a lot of times we do have to switch things around. But I'm excited about that. Looking down, are there any other line items that jump out at you that you would like to talk about?
I do have just a quick question. When it comes to the subscriptions to newspapers and periodicals, is this handheld or is this digital? Because I haven't seen a newspaper in
Okay,
a little
so
bit. Just curious.
These descriptions were written probably in 2002. And so it's time to rewrite the description of them. We use the subscriptions to platform fees like our Libby and Overdrive.
Okay.
We'll be using that for, Glenn, help me out, for Uber, for the sign. We'll be using the subscription fee there. We do carry 2 newspapers. We carry the Tennessean and the Wall Street Journal, and they are still read, the paper. We do have the digital version, but we have people who like to come in and grab the stick off the wall, because we still put them on the stick.
Wow.
And, look through them and then put the stick back up. We keep 7 days worth of papers on a shelf. And then after that, if someone would like to have one, they'll say, do you think you could save this because it was an article about my great-grandmother or something? We're happy to share the newspapers.
That's awesome.
And then we recycle those newspapers. There are several chicken coops here in LaVergne that they enjoy the papers along with our shredded paper. So we put it to good use, but that's where a lot of those subscriptions go. We also subscribe to BookPage. Carissa's probably familiar with BookPage. It's a little magazine that comes out once a month that tells all about the upcoming new releases, and it gives it synopsis of those, and our patrons love that. It's just things like that. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and those platform fees can go up pretty quickly. And Glenn, do our license come out of that? Any of our license?
Talking about the
Like
computer
for the
licensing?
computers?
No.
No, okay.
No,
Okay,
no. You really don't have any licensing now
Okay.
because they were bought with it.
okay,
So we don't really have any of those issues anymore
Okay.
over there. So,
Oh,
and we don't
great.
use Office. We use the LibreOffice.
yes,
So we don't have to worry about paying Microsoft Office either. So,
okay.
yeah.
And at the end of this budget year, we may take a look at that 10,000 and see that we may be able to take it down.
All right.
Well, maybe not with subscription fees on the rise.
Right.
True,
Understand that.
true.
Easier to keep money
That's
in the
true.
budget than it is to ask for it back.
That's true.
Any other line items that stand out to you that you would like to just know what goes in them? I know our program line item is huge, 20,800. That encompasses so much, but about $8,000 to $10,000 of that goes to summer reading. And we are truly fortunate that we have that. I talked to a library the other day. They were asking about performers that we have and entertainers. And their budget for the whole summer, which is June and July, generally 6 to 8 weeks, was $500.
Wow.
And we sometimes pay $400 for a performer.
Wow.
So makes us feel just a little bit guilty, but also very, very fortunate.
That's right.
Yes, it is.
That we have that and continue to. We buy like our crafts that we use with this. When Mary does her strings and things, it is free to our participants who come, and a lot of her supplies will come from this line item. And what's really cool is, of course, the end of the fiscal year is June 30th, and then we still have July. So we always say, "Oop, fresh money coming in July 1st for summer reading." So that's exciting. I did speak with Danielle. She is wanting, and Glenn, you may know this, she is wanting to link together some of our line items that we think, do we put it here or do we put it there? Some departments put it here, some departments put it there. So if you will look at line item 320, operating supplies, and line item 310, office supplies and materials. Those two line items are going to be put together. Money's not going to be taken away from it. They're just going to be put together so that it will be easier when we code where we want the money to go. And I think that's just a great idea.
Yeah, I did that last year.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, there was too many different ones, and I just really only needed two.
Okay.
So, yeah, we just merged everything in from these to this and from these to this.
Well, I'm behind the times. Great. That's great.
It was Phyllis's idea, so.
Oh,
I can't
good,
take
good.
Makes it easier for us to read.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, excellent.
Line
Yes.
533, what type of machinery and equipment rental versus your small equipment on line
312.
312? I was wondering if that could be maybe merged.
Probably not.
Okay.
Machinery and equipment rental is like our printers, our copiers that we lease. Am I correct? So that's quite a bit.
Big stuff.
The small items of equipment are like our vacuum cleaners that we buy for Miss Mary,
Oh, okay.
that she likes to really use a lot. And small items would also be electric pencil sharpeners and things of this sort. So, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have to pay for your tent at Fall Festival?
I
or-
do.
Okay, I was gonna say, does that come out of the
It
equipment
does.
rental? That's, I
Yes.
thought that the tent would come out of that too, so.
Yes, we are very fortunate to have the big tent at Fall Festival, and so that does come out of line 533.
Okay, thanks.
But I could see why that could, but it just helps separate it just a little bit.
Okay.
These descriptions are, these numbers and the descriptions, from what I understand, come from the state.
Yes.
So that's why they're all, I mean, these are the same ones in mine. So that's why they're listed this way. And I know Danielle said that they are doing some updating at the state level that should trickle down and make these a little more meaningful for, you know, videotapes, the newspaper thing, they're trying to make these more descriptive, but that's why you see these things like this.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions about the preliminary budget? And as soon as we get a more hardcore budget, I will let you all know.
All right. We'll move on to the library report presented to Board of Mayor and Aldermen on March 4th, 2025.
I have started including this because I think it's good for you all to see and hear what is said to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Of course, you had to have been here last Tuesday night to get the full effect. Yes, you should have. Yes, you should have. We started out with "You're never too old, too wacky, too wild to pick up a book and read to a child," Dr. Seuss. We were celebrating Read Across America Week. And so every member of our board and Kyle, because it was his birthday, that's our assistant city administrator, and several directors, including Glenn, had on the big red and white cat in the hat and the bow ties. And they were such great participants. I have received so many phone calls of people who have seen the meeting and were so impressed that the board played along and was ready to get that word out too. So it's appreciated. But also what we did for Celebrate Read Across America, we had purchased different book bags. There's 3 there. Make a Difference, Be Kind, and help me out, Being Nice. What does the rest of that say?
I'm not
Something
sure. I'm not sure.
And I've been looking at these all last week.
It.
But anyway, they were really, really adorable. Our children absolutely loved them. Anyone who came into the library was able to choose one along with the bookmark. And we had many adults who wanted them and have enjoyed them. So we just wanted to get the word out that we do celebrate Read Across America, and so proud that, again, this came from our programming budget. Just a little giveaway that means a whole lot to people. And then going on, you can see our numbers for February. And next board meeting, I will bring in numbers for the year and numbers from the year before so that we can see the comparison. I'm very proud to say most of our numbers have eased up. We had a trend, of course, right around COVID where they dropped off, and then it was slowly easing up. But we are now getting to the point where people are coming back in, they're coming into the library, they're using the computer, which we're so proud of. And thank you all for letting go of the ID for the guest pass. That has worked well. We've had no problems whatsoever with that. And we've had more people come in and being able to use the guest pass to get on the computer, and it has worked well. A couple of things to point out. Do You Believe tour, Mike Famillant with the Bigfoot Experience, and Bigfoot is still in my office waiting to go outside by our sign to advertise for that event. That's going to be on March 27th at 5 p.m. It's geared more toward like your 9-year-olds and up. You know, adults are really getting excited about it. Mike just talks about what his goal is to get people off their sofa, off their couch, out into nature, and just see what you can see. And he's going to bring several things that he has found and others have found, such as an imprint of what is supposed to have been Bigfoot. So it should be very good. A lot of fun research that goes into that. And then Murfreesboro Little Theater is coming back on April 2nd. They were here last year, and they're coming back with Dragons Love Tacos. And this group of actors and actresses are amazing. They're from ages 10 and up, and they put their whole hearts into this. And this is done through a grant, so there's no cost to the library. And we're excited about having them back. That's April the 2nd at 10 a.m. And then on the next page, you will see our March events. And tonight, going on right at this moment, we have Lego Fun for ages 5 through 12 in the Storytime room. And also going on, we have Strings and Things, and that is for ages 18 and over. It's the free adult craft. Miss Mary Brent oversees that, and Kayla Richardson oversees the Lego Fun. And then we have Family Craft Night tomorrow night. We just are putting it all in this week. And they're going to create their own solar system diorama. This is a family craft. We were doing ages 5 to 12, and that was fun, but we weren't getting... We had families coming, and they were kind of staying on the backside. So what we have done is we've recreated it to where it's a family story time. And the families can come in, and you will see grandmas, grandpas, moms, dads, children, all sitting, creating these dioramas. And it's just a really, really great thing to witness. So Becky Simon does that. She does a great job. And then we have our Page Turners Book Club. Dungeons and Dragons is still going on. Then we have Lego Fun again on March 24th. And then we have our Bigfoot experience. And then our 2 story times. All together now, family story time. That's every Wednesday at 10 a.m. And I have had the privilege of being able to oversee that story time. Most of you know I was a preschool teacher for almost 20 years, and still in me a lot of times, as the Board of Mayor and Aldermen can tell you. And so we have really, again, it's all ages. So we'll have families come, and I think the youngest that I had last Wednesday was probably 18 months, and our oldest was a homeschool child, and he was 10. And so we try to do things that can relate to all of them. We do a lot of music and movement. And one of their favorite movement songs is I Like to Jump. Don't know if you've ever heard it, but if you get an opportunity to come out on a Wednesday, we play it all the time, every Wednesday. And it's I Like to Jump. And that's the lyrics of the song. I like to jump. I like to jump high. I like to jump low. I like to jump fast. I like to jump slow. And those kids are jumping, and they're looking at me, and I'm saying, I'm watching you. I'm doing this. You just keep on jumping. And they love it.
Yep.
They love it. Books and Babies, great story time every Thursday at 10 a.m. This is for birth to 24 months. Sherry Pendergrass does this. She does an excellent job. She uses puppets and board books and just all sorts of fun rhymes. And they do a lot of lap set where the parents are working with their children. Just an early literacy event. And then, of course, Dragons Love Tacos. Thank you for letting me go over all of that. It's exciting. This is the fun part.
A lot of stuff.
Of my job.
Y'all are very busy over there.
We are.
Do y'all still have the passes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, to Discovery Center and to SOAC, Smyrna Outdoor Activity Community Center.
Okay.
You can come, an adult can come and check out a pass for 4 children and 2 adults of either one of those for free. They can borrow it for a week, and then they can go and enjoy those 2 places, and then they'll bring it back and other people can enjoy it.
That's awesome.
But we
That's
do.
great.
That's awesome.
It kind of slowed down during winter, but I look for it to pick back up, and especially when spring break is here, we usually have a lot of interest. So we have 2 SOAC boxes, and we have 4 Discovery Center boxes that can be checked out. Good question.
That's great. All right, I guess we will move on to the next interesting item. Dumpster issues.
Wow, somebody had to work really hard on
That's impressive.
Wow.
I'm looking at that.
My very favorite picture.
Wow.
The only thing I regret is not going inside to get our skeleton and putting him on top holding the book. I think that would be great.
Yeah.
This was me driving up one morning, so excited, ready for work, and I look over and there's the sofa sitting on top of our waste bin. So I walk over that way, snap a quick picture, and then I think, I'm gonna look in the paper dumpster just to see. And if you will look down below, there in our paper and cardboard dumpster is a TV, an entertainment center, and looks like a, what is that, a dry vac, wet vac box. And there were about 4 or 5 different bags of garbage. What we have done or are doing, we want to add extra signage that says library use only. We want to put a sign that says 24-hour security camera in use.
And we're going to put a camera there.
Yes, and we are, and that's great. It's appreciated. And also, I was noticing on our paper bin, and you can see it in the first picture, it is faded. It's not even where you can see paper only or cardboard only on it. So I'm going to go through Felicia, our purchasing agent, to get in touch with them and let's see if we can get it repainted and get that put on. We get a small check from them for the paper that we put in and the cardboard. And what's very sad is so many of our patrons do use this. They'll bring their recyclable paper and cardboard to put in, and it's appreciated. But when you start getting the other, it makes it hard. I'm not for certain, but I think our little check that we get from them may be about $30 a year. But it's $30 more than what we didn't have. Our next step, if this will not help, is to have them take the paper bin away because it is shorter, it's easier to get into. I am open for any and all suggestions.
It's a tough one.
It is. Do y'all have to take the stuff out of that paper? Y'all don't have to do that, do you?
Oh, we did.
Y'all had to do that?
Well, I say we. Parks and Recreation are fabulous. They have the maintenance crew also.
Good. Okay.
And when I sent the pictures out, I included David McGowan, the Director of Parks and Recreation. And it wasn't 3 hours later that he had 2 wonderful guys over there, Kevin and Jim. And they actually took the sofa down, put it in a truck, took it to where it should have been gone the first place. Awesome. And they actually climbed in and got the rest of the stuff out of the paper bin.
Awesome.
Sadly, 2 days later, there was more trash in the paper bin because they thought we had cleaned it out for them.
Can it be locked?
That's what I was going to ask.
Well,
That was my next question.
Or a smaller type opening, or
They can't get stuff in there.
well, there's 2 small openings on either side. So it's a possibility that we could, and they put the bar back up, and people will come and take that bar down and open it. Randy, who is manager or supervisor of maintenance, he said that there's a possibility they could lock it. I would need to find out when the paper bin person is coming so that I could be out there to make sure it's unlocked so that they can can dump it out, which I don't mind.
Okay.
If it'll help, I'll do that. The waste bin, we don't have a lot of problems. People will put things in it, but this is the first time we've had things on it. Different
That took effort
preposition.
to get that up there.
Yeah.
I mean,
Impressive.
I'm surprised it would just would dumped on the Greenway. It'd have been easier. It's where they throw everything else.
Yeah.
And
Edit that out.
I got tickled at some of the staff members because I said, what did you guys think about the sofa when you pulled up this morning? What sofa? Okay, never mind. So.
Digital photo to Photoshop some people on there.
Right,
I
right.
could have some fun with
Yeah,
this
we should
photo.
put some of the staff up there or something.
You know, you could show it at MoMA with a couple of them photoshopped on it.
Right, there you go.
I think that would be a good idea.
And their hat, and the cat in the hat.
It reminds me of Granny riding on the top of the Clampetts
Beverly
trunk.
Hillbillies. Beverly Hillbillies. I know.
You have a contest.
It would cost more money. But, you know, if it continues, possibility of looking at enclosing it like, you know, the senior center is and
Right.
in other places to prevent even access.
Locking gate.
That would be locked where people can.
The gate would be locked, so
Right,
when the
right.
dumpster people came and stuff,
Right.
someone from the staff would have to, you know, either give them the key or else go out and unlock it. If it continues to be, you know, a serious problem.
And that
after
is
the
true.
cameras.
We would need to have a very tall, because I could see things being thrown over.
Right.
Yeah.
But that is a very good idea. And when the building was first built, if you know where the shed is located, that was actually where the waste bin was supposed to be located. It was a fairly tight fit, and so when they would come to empty the waste bin, they would never put it back in. And it was kind of out to the side. And so when we needed the shed, we cleared that old fencing down and put it there. The way we have the parking lot now, we could put up a fenced area for that.
I mean,
So-
but it's, you know, that's more money.
It is.
And wood
But
is-
it's a
wood
good
is
solution, and that's what I'm looking for from you all, just some ideas of things that we could possibly do to,
Maybe when you talk to Felicia about either getting it painted or getting it swapped out with a fresh one, maybe have her ask if they have a locking model that the pickup operator would have a key to.
good idea.
And that way, it can remain locked and they can unlock it to empty it.
That's good.
Because I think they come once a month, the
Yeah,
paper
it's
bin
not,
people do.
not near as much as the other one. That's every Wednesday.
Right.
Well, at least our place is Wednesday.
And it's every Wednesday
Yeah.
for us also.
It would help them as well, because they would make sure things don't end up in there contaminating their paper.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they might
It
appreciate
would
it.
be win-win.
Yep.
Absolutely. Locking model. I will do that. All of these are great ideas, and I appreciate you all thinking about it. And that's one reason I wanted to show you. It's interesting and a little bit funny, but very much sad, because we want our library to look nice and neat.
Right.
And 2 days before that, when I came in, one of the trash cans, the concrete trash can that sits on either side of our front porch, was knocked over and trash was everywhere and the ashtray part was gone. And it was because that was in front of some electrical sockets that I
heard about
think
this.
someone was wanting to get to charge their phone in. We have put lock boxes on the back ones to keep from having people sit around in the little areas to charge up their phones. They're welcome to come inside to charge their phone, and we actually have a phone charger system from Web Picker that they have lent to us. So I know that was after hours, but that was done. And then the day before that, as I was walking out to come to BOMA workshop, I'm going down the sidewalk in front of my office, and I look, and there is a dresser drawer, an empty dresser drawer. And I should have added those pictures, sitting right in front of the bush in front of my office. And that was done during the day.
Somebody's setting up house out there.
So, or trying to send me a message. I don't know. But, you know, we want the library to look good. We're very proud of this library and very proud of how it looks inside. And we want to keep the outside looking nice and inviting.
That's right. Yes, 100% agree. All right, any other comments about the couch?
I got some, but not.
Not for
I
for
still
this
think there
for
needs
this
to be a
meeting.
contest for it, you know? You should just have some fun with it, you know? You know, who can Photoshop the best photo with it?
Yeah.
I want to see it, you know, our April 1st BOMA meeting, or the BOMA meeting is April 1st.
Oh, no.
April Fools. Not hinting at anything.
I'll send you the picture and you can do your
Oh,
thing.
I don't know how to do all that stuff. Send you Glenn.
Nope. All right, we'll go on to the next library board meeting schedule. Next meeting will be May 12th, 2025, then July 14th, 2025, September 8th, and then November 10th. And then we will open it up for any library board comments. If anybody would like to, anything to say, please speak up. We can start it this way and go this way, or?
I always want to tell you, y'all are doing an awesome job over there.
Thank
We
you.
greatly appreciate what you do, and we really are very proud of the LaVergne Library and everything
Thank
you're
you.
accomplishing there. It's great things over there, as always.
I appreciate that. Thank you. We have a great staff.
Yes, you do.
I'm going to second that. Top notch. Thank you for providing access to our community and to our children and to the diversity of the collection that you have so that someone can see themselves in a book, so they can walk into our library and find a book that was destined for them. And, you know, any problem we have in this world can be solved in the pages of a book. So, community, never underestimate the power of a great book to change our world.
Absolutely.
Ditto on what they said. And I just want to say thank you for including the Board of Mayor and Aldermen in some of the shenanigans that goes on. It makes us feel included and loved also.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Just great job as always. We love the library. It's beautiful. It's a great place, and it's got just everything you'd want in there. So thank you for that.
You're very welcome.
I'm going to echo what the others have said as well. I grew up in a town a little smaller than LaVergne that also had a wonderful library, and I was the kind of kid that didn't always fit everywhere else, but I always belonged at the library, and I think that's super important and amazing that our community has that.
Yes.
I agree. All right. If there's nothing else, we'll call this meeting adjourned.
Won't you take me back to Tennessee?
The award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest info about hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. This episode is brought to you by GSM Outdoors, whose vision is to preserve the sportsman's legacy, fuel innovation, and enable the next generation of outdoor enthusiasts. Think outside. That's where you'll find us. Now, make welcome your host, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. I'm Jason Harmon. I'm your host. We got a great show lined up for you today, and we are on location again at the Rue Beret Memorial Clubhouse here at Ames Plantation, and I'm hanging out with Amy Spencer, and she's helping me co-host today. She's our PIO here in the Region 1 area and does a great job getting the word out, and she's hooked us up with another guest today. We've already had a few here, and you're going to see a series of shows from this location, but today we have Stan Wendt with us today, and it's going to be a fun conversation all about field trials and dog trials, but more in depth on how this all happens, right?
Well, we're here at the 126th National Championship, and Stan's kind of got a unique perspective that we're going to talk about here today, because he is the National Championship Field Trial Association current president, your new president.
Okay, president.
And he is a former, you spent 6 years in the judge's saddle.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're going to have this is going to be more fun of a conversation.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Well, I'm sure he's a wealth of knowledge.
He is.
Being in all those seats, having all those hats, it's going to be fun. Tell us, I want to start out, if you don't mind, just about this clubhouse and kind of some of the history here and this spot we're in today. Can you elaborate on that? It's a neat building here.
Well, Rue Bray was an integral part of this field trial for many years.
Okay.
And his family is still active in this, and this was designed as a kind of a place for handlers to come after the running, to kind of rest, relax, get back to normal, and to share some fellowship with each other.
A lot of stories in here.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you're not hanging out in the trailer or on horseback. You get to come inside and kind of rest
We
up.
used to have a circus tent in the
Yeah,
parking lot that was really, really cold.
This is a big improvement over the tent.
And this is great.
Yeah.
Well, we got a little fireplace back here to keep us warm.
We do, and we do have the morning refreshments
Yeah.
from the First Baptist Church.
Yeah.
The ladies have biscuits and banana bread and coffee and hot chocolate, and so yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, it's a great little facility here and place to kind of wind down after the trial and like you said, share stories. That's very cool. So, well, Stan, tell us a little more about yourself. I know Amy kind of touched on a few highlights there, but how'd you get into this and your background in the outdoors?
I was a little kid growing up on a farm in southeast Kansas. Had a bird dog when I was 10. Hunted till I was about 40. Never wanted to go to a field trial because these people are all crazy. Ride around, go fast, Wanted to buy a new bird dog, and I looked in the American field, and there was a litter of puppies there. And so I called the guy, and the only way the guy would sell me the puppy was if I took it to a field trial. So I'm a dentist, so being an obsessive, compulsive control freak, I read every book, studied every video, took the dog to the trial, and unfortunately I won the first one that I went to.
Wow.
I won the first 7. I thought this was going to be real easy.
7 in a row, huh?
Going to be real easy. And so then I decided that that little dog was good, but it wasn't where I was going to end up. And so I started looking for another dog.
Okay, got
And
hooked.
so I went through several dogs and had one that was pretty successful. And I started out with walking dogs. And so I walked for about 12 years. And we had a pretty good little run, and then went horseback, and then kind of as I've gotten a little bit older, I run a few less dogs and judge a little bit more. So,
well, that's a cool tidbit there, walking. So you can do this
walking
as well as horseback.
Yeah, it's a good place for a lot of people to start. In fact, the organization that I was the president of and competed in for a long time is having their national championship starting next week, just a few miles from here.
Okay.
And 58 dogs is what they drew.
I think I saw the drawing. I think that was right.
Yeah, and so,
that's cool to know there's 2 national championships happening right here in West Tennessee. both walking and horseback. That's cool. Very cool. Well, Amy, what's the direction we want to head today? What did you have on your list of things?
I do want to say that Ames Plantation has been the permanent home of the national championship since 1915. And as I said in an earlier show, but you might just be hearing it now, this is the longest running national championship. And that's a lot of people are confused about that because they don't realize this, but this is the 126th year. And there's only been 2 years that it was not run.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a very special place.
Mm-hmm.
When Mr. Ames passed away, his estate was put into a trust so that this could run in perpetuity here.
Wow.
So
there's a lot of, you can say there's a lot of history here, but there's a lot of camaraderie. When you talk about the national championship, it's a celebration of tradition, community, and it showcases the bond between owners, handlers, and dogs. And it's very unique when you come here and you start meeting and you start talking to people, because we have people that haven't missed one in 40 years, and they're not running a dog, but they're a spectator. But you can talk more on some of the other points here.
Well, I think, when you look at this trial, it's such a special trial because it's the only 3-hour trial that's remaining at this point in time. And it's a very demanding trial for the dog. Traditionally, if you look at it, if you tracked it out, it'd be in that 3-hour period, that dog covers between 12 and 15 miles. You'll have dogs that will point anywhere from 7 to 12 times. And the trial has gone through a lot of phases. At one point in time, it was only a wild bird trial.
Okay.
Then it became a pre-release bird trial. This year, it was a combination of things, and that is we'd done a pre-release in the fall. We supplemented the trial with birds at periods throughout the trial, and we were trying to kind of revitalize it. Our numbers had been somewhat less than what we would like in the past few years, both with regards to dogs and birds, and so when I was elected president in July, we had to decide upon a course that we were going to take, and we wanted to do several things. We wanted to make sure that there were more competitors and that it was easier for people to, because we have people from all over the country that want to come to this, and it was very, very difficult to qualify. We changed the qualifications slightly. We ended up with a field of 56. And we've been here for a long time.
You've moved in. I think you're changing your address? Or what?
Maybe when I go home, my mail will start going back there.
So it's like over a course of multiple weeks and a month maybe even. Y'all are here a while.
When we finish, I'll have been here 21 days.
But we've also had a snow delay.
Yeah.
You can't run an event like this in February in West Tennessee without having some sort of weather event to hold you up. And this year we had snow.
We had snow, we had rain, we had lots of different things. We didn't have a plague of frogs, but just about everything else.
All right, don't jinx us. We're not done yet.
But when you look at that, the 3 hours is important because a lot of people look at the winner of this trial as kind of a dog that you may want to breed to, and so you're looking for qualities as far as the ability of the dog to find game, the stamina of the dog, because anybody who's bred a lot of animals know that usually you get less than what you start with, and so you're always looking to try and improve things. So
it's a 3-hour trial, and you have a course. You said you mentioned that, but what if just for some odd reason the birds aren't there? How do you judge that dog if the birds aren't showing up or they've moved off the trial?
Or shut off.
Shut off. And those things happen, and that's part of going to a field trial.
Okay,
and that is sometimes that just happens, but
we call it the luck of the draw.
Yeah,
gotcha. Yeah,
but a really astute judge is going to look at the ground race, the speed of the dog, the style of the dog running, the style of the dog on point, the ground application, where the dog runs, a variety of things. And so we're not really just counting how many birds the dog points. And we also look at where the dog finds game. And that is, you can be run along the path and point one, and that's different than if the dog is hunting in an appropriate area and finds game.
Gotcha. So what determines, I'm going to be the novice here, what determines appropriate area? Like,
Where
I know
would
right
you
off the trail sounds easy, but like, are they in the woods? Are they in these fields? What kind of?
depends on if you were hunting, where would you go to find birds?
Okay.
Same thing.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's the ultimate hunting experience.
Here you've got cover, you've got edges, field edges, you've got to have a dog that will want to go with you to stay on course.
Yep.
So there is I want to say almost a gauntlet of things that you have to do to get to make the dog's got to go with you. The dog's got to find birds. I mean, it's a
Different times of day, the birds are going to be in different places.
Definitely.
it's not like a checklist you can cut off and say this dog did this, that's not there.
And you're not chasing the dog. The dog needs to stay with you. You're supposed to be hunting with the dog. It's like, I think a squirrel hunt. You let that dog go. Once it trees it, you go find it.
You were on a predetermined course, and that dog needs to stay with you on that course.
Awesome.
And
Okay.
those dogs are out there. They're listening. They'll check in,
And that's
they've got to go with you.
that's one of the things we can talk about.
And we will. One thing I want to touch on, because you brought this up, you took over in July as the new president for the NCFTA, and we need to talk about some of the changes that happened and what does it do? What does it consist of and do?
Well, the board is made up of 11 people. They have been nominated and elected from all over the United States. The goal of that group is to have the best trial in the world, and we would like to think that this is the Super Bowl of all national championships, because there are ones at different levels, and that board is tasked with working together. So we have people that work on sponsorship. We have people that work on a bird program. We have people that work on almost any aspect of a field trial from a standpoint of organization. And, for example, social aspects. Last night we had a fish fry. That's the first time we'd done that in a number of years. We had 160 people there. This room here, about 4 o'clock today, there's going to be 50 people in here, and we're going to have refreshments. And so we're trying to reestablish our basis with the local community, because they are our support. We look at a variety of different things with regards to how we're going to make the field trial better. One of the things that we're looking at is we started out originally as a wild bird trial. Starting after the conclusion of this trial, a group called Tall Timbers is going to take the afternoon course and try and convert it back to wild bird habitat, so that hopefully in 2 to 3 years we can run on wild birds again, as opposed to having to release birds in the fall.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and one of the other changes is there's several changes. We got a lot of notes here. We're trying to get it in. One thing, it was a new selection process this year for the judges, which
it was a unique thing, and that is what we did was I asked the people on the board to all submit a list of judges, and the criteria was this: as somebody who was an experienced person, and someone that would be willing to commit 2 to 3 weeks of their life to do that. So,
and all conditions too.
Yeah. And so, what we did was from that list, we shortened that list to about 7 or 8 people, and then the board rated each one of those people from 1 to 8, and then we selected the ones that were the lowest number.
Okay.
One was the best, and that's the first time the judges have ever been selected that way. And normally you'd have judges from a variety of different areas. This year we actually have 2 from Alabama, which is a little bit different, but we have an exquisite set of judges that have worked very hard. And we also decided that we were going to give them more leeway with regards to what's happened in the past. As a judge, there were a lot of decisions that I was not involved in. And what we tasked them with was very simple, and that is when you get ready to go in the morning or at noon, you're not going to turn the dog loose unless you'd run your own dog. And these guys have been great. They've been really good.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you speak about the judges coming from Alabama. So what's the furthest judge and what's the furthest
Richie
participant?
Robertson comes from.
This year.
Yeah.
He's in Western.
Well, okay,
Yep.
out west. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the handlers and the riders, the people competing, we had some ladies from
Oregon,
Oregon and Idaho.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's probably the furthest. I
That's the
guess.
farthest west.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
Yeah. Do you see a lot of folks come from up north, or is it mainly west and south?
Mainly west and south.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
that's what predominates here
Yeah.
is west and south.
Yeah. You'll see some East Coast people if you consider.
Well, actually, Avister,
Yeah, North
and
Carolina,
you're running, yeah.
South Carolina.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Lots of
I'm just
Georgia.
thinking the northeast.
running right now.
Kinda.
Yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
Cool.
So, one thing I do want to touch on is, and this is your perspective as a judge, is the Miesian standard, because we've had some great conversations about this, but you can talk about that and, as a judge, what you're looking for.
Well, when you get here, or at least when I got here the first time, the Miesian standard was on my bed, and I was supposed to read it. And I think sometimes there's some misconceptions about what the Miesian standard is. It's really a great way to evaluate a dog. And it was not written by Hobart Ames. It was written by Clark Venerable. And it was for an article in the American Field. And it talks about the characteristics of the dog. The way that the dog is supposed to be to the front, not to the side, never to the rear, snappy, be able to determine between foot scent, body scent, different ways to evaluate the dog. You can, if the dog loses some style, it says you can account for that with an exceptional piece of bird work. And so when you look at those things, you're basically looking at how do you get a champion. And it was based upon thoughts and judging standards that Mr. Ames used for several years when he was the judge here.
And I want to ask this,
Okay.
because we've had this talk on
Sure.
horseback, but what is a exceptional piece of bird work that you're talking about that is memorable in your mind?
Okay. Having judged here 6 years, probably the most memorable piece of bird work was when Dunn's Tried and True won the championship. And I think on his third find, the dog, we ride up there, the dog's pointed. Luke Eisenhardt's handling, and the dog is pointed in a particular direction like this. And so he looks at the dog, he walks in front of the dog, he flushes, and no bird gets up. And so he takes the dogs, sends the dog over here, and the dog hunts and hunts and hunts, no bird gets up. And so you can tell that things are not going the way we'd want them to.
Right.
And he kind of looks at the dog and he slaps his leg like he wants him to come to it. The dog just kind of looks at him and he goes right over there and he points the bird. Okay. He did what he was supposed to do. He found it and he was being obedient. But as he expanded his range and he looked, he knew where they were.
Yeah.
And that's pretty cool.
Hey, boss, it's right here.
Yeah. So the initial point was just a little off, or
well, the birds had moved on him.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, they don't always stay right where.
Correct. They can lift, and sometimes they lift before you
get
get there. Before you get there. One other thing about this stake that a lot of people don't realize is the endurance aspect of this stake.
Yeah, and you see dogs that start off real hard, and normally you start to see a change in the dog at about an hour and a half. And dogs that have been well conditioned for this probably don't go like gangbusters right from the start. They know that they're going to be there for a little while. And the mud and the cold, I mean, if you think about it, let's say you're going to run your dog and we've had 2 inches of rain. And so it's muddy everywhere. And now it's 29 degrees, which doesn't seem terribly cold. But all that water and that mud's on that dog.
Splashing on their belly.
And the longer he goes, the colder he gets. For him to be able to maintain the style on point, the style running, he's got to be a pretty tough dog, or she, whatever the case is. And so when you look at those things, again, you're looking for characteristics that you might want to breed on with. And so it becomes very interesting to see how the dog handles things. And as a judge, you tend to look more
more critically at the last hour.
Yes.
You want the dog to be able to find birds. You want the dog to be able to drive. And at the end, you want the dog to have some kick in his finish, just like.
I like to say the kick because I can remember this one was in the shadow. This was a very memorable dog in my mind from his endurance aspect because we started out and we finished, and that dog was just raring to go. And I remember sometime after the 2 hour and 30-minute mark, he had a fine, and they're taking him over, and the scout's getting ready to turn him loose. And as soon as he tore loose, I mean, he's slinging mud. I mean, that it was still there, the drive, the go, and the passion, and the endurance. It was there. And
When you see that, you don't ever forget it. I mean, I didn't see that dog run, but I did see Speed Dial run, and he had a fine at like 2 hours and 57 minutes. So he's, he should be pretty well done at that point. And just like she said, that dog slung the mud whenever he took off, and that tells you that he's still got the stamina to do what you want him to do.
Yeah.
So lots of fun.
awesome.
now, go ahead.
Well, I mean, these names are cool too. So how do you come up? It's kind of like horse racing or something. They have some crazy names. In the Shadow and Speed Dial. I think that's cool.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well,
I mean,
my dog was honky tonk attitude, so I mean, you can be anything, So.
It's, I guess the characteristics of the dog kind of help.
We've had all kinds of names. Everybody does, but
Some
I've
we can't
also
share.
heard that, well, no, sometimes you can tell it was pre-kid on the name or after we had a kid for a dog name. But I will say, you waste a lot of good names on some
Oh
dogs,
yeah,
too.
yeah. I really don't think you should be able to name the dog till after he's won a significant stake. Because
Yeah, because I mean, I'm like, man, I have wasted some really good names on some dogs. I know we're kind of circling back around here, but I did want to talk about a couple of the changes for this running. And we started February 10th, and we're now February 24th. But this was the first year to have two German short hairs, and we had two female handlers here, two ladies that we have interviewed, and that's another one if y'all want to catch it. But and we also got 56 dogs this year. So that's one of the things that this is the first time we've had all of these in this equation, which has made it now going into 3 weeks.
Yeah, and I think that our goal was this: we'd had a 4-year period where we ran between 22 and 29 dogs, and we did not feel that that was an adequate representation of the dogs that were available to do this. So we changed from having to win 2 firsts in qualifying stakes to 1, or 2 placements. You could have a second, or you could have a second and a third. And in doing that, we actually had almost 80 dogs that were qualified. And thank goodness only 56 of them decided to come, or we'd be here till April. But we wanted to make it more inclusive. And whether it's a German Shorthair or a woman handler, they all had to compete in the same way. Everybody gets here
the
same way.
Same way.
And that's what's important, is that it's equal and fair to everyone. And if what we want is we want people to have the opportunity to enjoy their dog.
Now, as that is the current president and former judge, what do you want to talk about? We got a couple minutes here before. What would you like to discuss? I know you got a lot of notes on that list I made.
I got a lot of notes on this list here.
Don't forget your sponsor before we run out.
Well,
we have tons of sponsors.
But Purina is our exclusive dog food sponsor. They've done a wonderful job with us. They've been with us for a great number of years. I go back to when Bob West was there. Greg Blair's the person who's taking care of us now, and they work very hard to make us successful. I think that what we look at is where we're going in the future. And that is, how do we make this trial manageable from a time standpoint? How do we allow people to continue to qualify and be successful? We're looking at, in addition to the things that we've done, possibly looking at the Joe Hurdle Award and taking dogs that may not have the requisite wins that would have happened in the past to fill out a schedule of about 42 dogs. That gives us a couple of days for weather. We're in here for roughly 2 weeks. And we look at that. We're looking at tall timbers coming in and reverting it to a wild bird situation. We're looking at the social aspects of it. I mean, having things here in the Ray Building. Having
Getting the crowds back.
Well, and I was excited about the crowd we had last night.
Yeah.
I mean, that was fun. And so, we want people to come.
So you're open to spectators coming?
Yeah, and I can remember, gosh, when I rode security here, on a Saturday or the Monday holiday, there's times where there was 1,500 horses out here.
yeah.
I mean, we want that back. We want that camaraderie back. We want people, and like I said, there's people that have been riding here 40 years. There's people that have been at the drawing for 30 years. They're here and they enjoy it, and those are, we want them to share that.
Well, and we try and upgrade things. For example, this was the first year that we'd ever done an electronic drawing.
And it was awesome.
And instead of being here for 2.5 hours watching those ping pong balls drop out of that thing, we ran a computer and it was done in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We were all like, that was the best ever.
Yeah.
And one thing a couple years ago, and COVID did this, when we moved to setting it up and doing a live drawing, and a lot of people could see it on social media. But before then, Bub and I would be at the drawing, and everybody be wearing out our phones because they're texting us, when did I draw, because everybody's sitting out there waiting. But there are a lot of changes that have been done, and they are for the better.
Well,
they truly are.
Another thing that we did is Alex Ricker and I talked about trying to initiate kind of a new tradition here, and that is, I said, we need an owner-handler dinner. And so he and I went together to do that, and what we're planning on doing is turning that into a winner's dinner and making that much like they do at the Hobart Ames or almost any big championship that you go to. And so, again, the first time we did that, we had 60 people there and everybody was smiling. So it's kind of fun.
Yeah.
One thing about it, these changes are for the better. They're going to be slow and there's learning curves.
Oh, we're going to make mistakes, but we'll get better.
It's part of it.
Yeah.
This is truly for the betterment of the sport
That's what we want.
and the national team. Yeah. Any final thought?
No, ma'am. I'm good.
Thank you. I can't thank you enough for this, and appreciate all the information that you shared. And you give a neat perspective from someone that's been in the saddle for a long time. And
thank you.
And your opinion as the president.
And someone who hasn't been in the saddle has learned a lot.
Well, I think we can fix that.
Well, I think we should.
You're going to be late to breakaway, and I'm sorry.
It's okay. Interest is gaining, but I'll have to come out and experience this sometime in full force.
I get you on a horse.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Well, this is Tennessee Wildcast. Amy, thank you. Stan, thank you. Just keep coming back. Keep watching. Keep listening. Like, share, subscribe, follow, share this with your friends, and just thank you for your support. And this is Tennessee Wildcast, and we'll see you next time.
Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org. And follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. You can invest in Tennessee's wildlife future by purchasing a license at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com. That's GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman Workshop. It is May 6, 2025, and it is 5:33 p.m. On Tuesday night, I will have the prayer. The Pledge of Allegiance will be with Vice Mayor No. Everyone will have a copy of the minutes from the March 27th workshop, the April 1st public hearing, the April 1st regular meeting, and then the budget workshops from April 3rd, April 8th, 14th, and 22nd. Then Tuesday night we will have letters of commendation from the police department. No one has signed up for the public comment period for the workshop. Tuesday night we will have the departmental reports. Then we're going to old business. Second reading ordinance 2025-10, an ordinance to amend Article 4, Section 4.010 of the LaVergne zoning ordinance regarding off-street parking requirements. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on February 25th, 2025. A public hearing was held on April 1st. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to number 6, second reading ordinance 2025-11, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 State Street Aid Fund budget. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to 7, second reading, ordinance 2025-12, an ordinance to amend Title 11, Chapter 6 of the LaVergne Municipal Code by adding a new section 11-604 titled Wearing Masks or Facial Coverings. Second reading. Does anyone have any questions? Number 8, second reading, ordinance 2025-13, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 general fund budget. This is also second reading. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and jump into the consent agenda, which is lengthy. We have first, approve or reject city bids or purchases. First up, we have a bid for the sewer pump station solids removal and disposal. And we have on here, the cost of the small pump stations will be $16.60 each, and the cost of a large pump station will be $39.20 each. So this is a budgeted item. And actually, don't see on here staff recommendation.
It's on the next page, sir.
It's on mine.
Oh, there it is. The top bar covered it up. So staff recommends awarding the bid to TPM Incorporated, the TPM Group. Does anyone have any questions? Next up, we've got the bid guardrail repair and replacement, and this is just like it sounds. Looks like the staff's recommending Reynolds fence and guardrail, and we've received 2 bids for this, and this is a 1-year bid with possible 2 1-year extensions. Anyone have any questions? Next, we have pest control services bid, and the recommendation is to bid this out to Arrow Exterminators, and they were the low bid on this. Does anyone have any questions? Next up, we've got the HGAC contract purchase. This is the fire department PPE, and purchase price is $39.10, and this is our regular PPE for the fire department. Does anyone have any questions? Next, we have Sourcewell contract purchase, mower for maintenance department, and this purchase would be a Hustler mower, and it's coming out of Murfreesboro. Purchase price is $89.15, and there should be available funds in the parks budget for the fiscal year. Does anyone have any questions? Next up, we've got a GSA contract purchase copying machine leases for multiple departments. So you've got a breakdown here. You've got city administrator, the fire station 3, the police department, the library. You've got, those are our current issues, and then we've got the proposed solutions in here, and it does add in economic development and the public works inventory control area. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to 7, pre-purchase new sign machine and equipment for the street department. This is not currently in the budget, so it does require BOMA approval, but this is essentially for a new sign machine. They make them for all the different ones. Doug, who does that over there? Stefan. So it makes all the different various signs, whenever they need to be replaced or they get damaged. Total cost for the equipment is going to be just under $15,000. This will be paid out of the street department budget. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, moving on to 8. Approved purchase fabrication services for the fire department training site. And this is a $24,000 purchase for services and materials. Includes windows, door frames, roof decking, handrails on the upper floor of the walkways. This is all for the new training facility off of Mason and Bain. Does anyone have any questions?
I just want to say I've been out there and watched the trainees, I think twice, and it's awesome. So on the next cycle, when they start doing that type of training, fire suppression training, maybe let some of the board know so they could, maybe go out and look at it and observe what they do.
Happy to do so.
Okay, thanks.
Number 9, amend emergency purchase, change orders number 1 and 2 for the fire system replacement at the library. And this is just like it sounds. It's 2 change orders to the library fire suppression. The total cost of the change orders, you've got change order number 1, which was $21.79. Number 2, $35.24. So the total cost for the replacement would be $27,641. Does anyone have any questions? Number 10, emergency purchase street paving on Harmony Lane due to a water line break. And I don't know if y'all have seen this. I have, and I even drove out there. It's looks like it's just collapsing in, but it's essentially we had a water break out in this area. It caused quite a bit of damage, and so to get it repaved, it'll be just under $30,000. The work will be funded out of the water department, which currently has $35,000 available. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to B, approved facility use permit with the YMCA for the youth soccer program. David, do you want to talk about this at all? Because I know we've had this up here before with the youth soccer program. I want to say their attorneys had some changes.
Yes, sir. This came before you guys last month. You approved it. We probably jumped the gun on our end. We were using a facility use agreement that they provided us that they used with another municipality. In the meantime, they changed a legal team. Their new guy put his eyes on it, and there's a few things he wasn't really comfortable with. I think one of them was maybe he wasn't real fond of the way it said. It didn't narrow down what they were responsible for when they were on the premises. So we cleaned that up on our end. Sent it to Evan and Katie, and they approved, and that's where we're at now. So they have already signed off on this. The one you approved last month did not have their signature on it. So as soon as you guys approve it and sign it, we are good to go with them.
Okay, and this would start up August of this year?
Start up in August, and it should run through the end of October.
Well, they will facilitate all the sign-ups and everything.
Yes, off-site, so there will be no money exchanging hands on city property. Pretty much a turnkey operation. They'll either do it online or at the Y.
Bless you.
So we're not gonna get into anything crazy like we did last year. They're gonna have keys to the fields, they're gonna have access. So
They will have keys to the fields. They will not be running the concession stands. So they'll be able to unlock the fields and use the restroom facilities. And they'll lock those up when they leave, but they will not be using the concession stands, so no money will change hands whatsoever.
So they'll be responsible for opening and locking the fields and the bathrooms.
Yes, sir. Well, if we're on site, I mean, we'll take care of that for them, but we're more concerned with them locking them up when they leave. So our staff generally here till 5 o'clock, and I assume they'll be on site before then.
But you see my concern,
Oh, yeah, no doubt. And, yeah, we feel confident, we feel comfortable with them. They're excited, we're excited. Hopefully the community is also.
You feel good with all this, Evan?
Yes, sir. It's good agreement.
All right, perfect.
All right,
Thank
you
you,
guys.
Okay, moving on to C.
Oh, one more thing, David, is it in here? I didn't see it. Did they give us any kind of ages?
I think they are like 2 to 3, up to 10 or 12, depending on when they get on site, depending on how many fields they think they can use or what size their fields are gonna be.
All right, perfect.
But up to, probably once they get 12 years old and age out, and unless we upgrade our facilities in the future, they plan to move them back to their current location off San Marie Parkway.
Sorry, sir, go ahead.
Got all your questions asked?
No, but I'll come up with some.
Moving on to C, approve annual use agreement with Rutherford County Crimson Tide Youth Football and Cheerleading League. This is our annual contract with them. We've done it year over year, at least since I've been here. And so this is a flat fee, $2,000 to cover the field maintenance. They pay it in 2 installments, and they pack that place out. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to D, approve interlocal cooperation and mutual aid agreement for the combined Swiftwater and Urban Search and Rescue Task Force with the City of Murfreesboro and Rutherford County. This is just like it sounds. It's an interlocal agreement with Murfreesboro and Rutherford County to provide swift water rescue within the state and nationally. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to E, approve amendment number 1 to the professional services agreement with Lamb and Associates for programming of future expansion space in the Public Works and Community Development Services facility. This was talked about at the budget workshops, and this again is just like it sounds as well. It is looking at that area, that future expansion area, and designing it out. Does anyone have any questions?
How do we know which way for them to design it out if we don't know what's going in there?
As far as, do you mean departments or?
Yeah.
This is for the programming phase, and this is for an architect to do the study that it takes to answer that question, along with several others.
So we got to pay how much?
$26,500. And this, they're going to talk to the department heads, they're going to talk to the city managers, talk to y'all, discuss it, and then once we've figured out exactly who goes in there, they will continue on. They will do a schematic layout of what it's going to look like, and then they'll do a construction estimate.
And then that will go out to bid.
Then we start the final design process, and that's what will go out to bid. Yes, sir.
I guess we don't have a choice.
Step 1, basically, of this.
Exactly.
And a long listing of steps.
Thank you, Gary.
Next up, F, approve professional services agreement with World Architects and Engineers for the design of renovations for Fire Station 43. Again, this is pretty straightforward, just like it sounds. It's for professional services to basically to look at the renovations and design that out for Fire Station 43. Any questions on that? Moving on to G, approve engagement agreement with Farah Bates Berexa. And this is in regards to some of our legal cases. You can see this in your summary sheet. Any questions? Next up, we've got H, and this is also an engagement agreement with Farah Bates and Berexa. Then we move on to I, approve engagement agreement with Howell and Fisher PLLC. These are all G through I are tied together. And then moving on to J, approve a contract to audit accounts from Blankenship CPA Group PLLC for the fiscal year 2024-2025. Again, this is something we do every year as far as auditing the city fiscal year. And this year it's with Blankenship CPA Group. Total cost is $46,500. Does anyone have any questions on that? Moving on to new business. First reading ordinance 2025-14. An ordinance of the City of LaVergne, Tennessee, adopting the annual budget and tax rate for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026. And this is set for first reading. This does have no property tax increase in it. The last rate was 0.5363 per $100 of assessed value on real and personal property. It goes through the stormwater user fee of increasing that by $1, which it's not been increased since 2005. I believe it was stated at our budget workshop. And then it's got the increases for water and sewer. Does anyone have any questions? We did have one item come up with regards to finance that was not discussed at the budget workshops. And Danielle, if I get this name wrong, please correct me, but it was accounting audit or?
AP coordinator.
AP coordinator, I'm sorry. And that is to work with our payables.
Correct.
And ensuring that we reconcile everything to the right billing code and billing item. Does that explain that correctly?
Yes.
It's called what?
AP coordinator.
AP coordinator.
Yes, sir.
And what do we do with that particular thing right now?
It doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist.
So there are some drops with that reconciliation. And that's what this is trying to address. And it's believed that this is going, we with the funds available and the shifting of one personnel, the temporary employees that are basically where we've been working with them, that time is expiring, that there's funds available in that budget to cover this. So it'll wind up being neutral towards the budget.
So that will be in the budget for us to look at later?
Should be in, do you have the capital items? I know you were printing them, Bruce, but do we have those?
Yes, it's in the packets. The capital list starts on page 286 of the packet. And on the second page of that, about halfway down, is the beginning of the personnel request, and you'll see the finance department position listed there.
Sorry, I thought you'd printed it out.
I did, but I didn't bring them in.
See, that's me jumping the gun there. But that's the only change from what was discussed at the 4 budget meetings or budget workshops that we had. That wasn't presented beforehand.
Bruce, remind me the amount that was needed to secure the bonds for the roadway improvements we were discussing.
We are looking at a $25 million bond, and if we were, you talking about the property tax increase to cover that?
No,
or-
just what was we would need $2 million to secure those bonds? Is that what I'm remembering?
Correct. The estimated bond payment for principal and interest is around $1.875 million. And so we're proposing to transfer $2 million into the streets capital to cover that bond payment for this next year.
And I don't know, is now an appropriate time to talk about any recommendations that I might have with changes to the budget? Okay.
This
So,
is
because
the whole point of the workshop is to talk about it.
I
So
don't want to, I'm
for
trying to
everybody,
make sure I'm staying legal here.
you're at an advertised meeting, so you're good.
So, I mean, looking at the big scheme of things, and we were talking about moving offices to the Public Works Building, and that potentially with renovation, the architect's fees being $2 million, it would make sense to me to put that on hold so we could secure the bonds needed for road construction. I mean, we're talking about wants versus needs here, I feel a little bit. Yes, I want our staff members to work in a good work environment, but I think the need for infrastructure and roadway improvements for the safety of the community should be a little bit more of a priority here.
I don't disagree with you about the principle. There's also, though, the need for the police department for their offices because they are out of space. I don't know if you've been over there, but they have literally converted every closet, every space into working space. They used to have, I want to say, was it a break room or was it a changing room that y'all last changed?
We had locker rooms that were changed into storage and office space. Like I said, closets. We're not, when it comes to any renovation plans for this area, I wouldn't be looking to create office space. I would be looking to create critical spaces for us to use for like evidence storage and things of that nature. We are, in fact, I just looked at our evidence storage yesterday, and we are packed to the gills. And I just had discussions yesterday also with the district attorney about how to handle some reports and other things, and it appears as though that we may have to, implement a strategy where we will be inventorying more items as evidence, which will require more space, only for the, to make sure that all of our cases are, prosecutable. But I'm not looking to create office spaces so people are more comfortable. I'm looking to create working spaces that will allow us to do our job better and more, just more effectively. One thing that we're missing right now is we don't even have a drawing room. If we have, a shooting, a stabbing, or anything where we have bloody clothing or anything like that, we do not have any place for us to store that and have it dried so that we can then package it properly for DNA and everything else. So we're doing the best we can with the space we have, but we are woefully behind in terms of technology and abilities.
And what this is doing is the thought is it's not trying to get them into new offices. It's trying to put a Band-Aid on the situation with space for the police department, which going ahead and building out that police department is as far as a new building, is a $43 million investment from what has been put together. And that is, if you look at our diagram, that's a couple of years off. This puts a Band-Aid from going ahead and pulling the trigger to do it now while all of the road projects are going on, and gives us a few years to be able to work with it to get projects done so that it frees up more money versus trying to do everything all at once.
So, I know at the budget meeting, this was a good idea that we did bring this up during the workshop and talk about it. I think it's a valid point. I know we talked about building this out back here and moving things over to the new building and so on and so forth. So let's forget about the new building at the moment and see what it would take to make some space here. And I don't know, I'm no architect. I can slim a hammer over and get them offices back there up this way and then give the police back here. That would be certainly, wouldn't be a big Band-Aid, but it would certainly be a Band-Aid enough to, because with this economy and the way things are right now, I think we need to tighten our belts on certain things, and absolutely nothing against police. Oh my God, don't even go there. But at the same time, we gotta watch a little bit of money. So, but with what's left back here, which is what, is HR here?
Yes,
HR gone, or they here?
HR and finance, city administration, and then court is in the back, and we've talked about moving them up to the front.
Right. So if you put that stuff up there, Bruce's office and all of that up that way, and then make this back here into some police, that should give you at least enough breathable room to start, and then next year, if things are better, then we can start with we'll already have the design. Is that correct, Gary? For the new building, we'll already have it, and that will save us a bunch of money.
I mean, I'm just throwing ideas out here, but has anybody put the multi-purpose building in discussion with this?
Well, that was incorporated in some of the plans, but I know that there are other people that have other plans for that space, and so, I'm not at, that's well above my.
It's been discussed a couple different times using the multi-purpose. It would have to be repositioned, or the inside would have to be redone because it's a giant echo hall. But that would also, at the same time, eliminate public usable facilities.
But what about evidence storage? If they're just storing things, it's...
Still has to be securely stored, and some of it, if and this is hypothetical, I'm not saying you would be storing this down there, but if there are drugs or different things that have different odors, you have to store those in a way that's not going to permeate the area. Is that fair to
Chief,
say?
please educate me, because I know virtually nothing about what you do. So,
Okay. Well, in terms of evidence, we would be required by law to have, a space that is secured, that has to have proper ventilation. That will cost a little extra. You have to make sure that when we do have narcotics or anything like that, that it's ventilated. We do have ventilation in the storage space that we currently use as our evidence lockup, but it's only good enough for that square footage. And again, that is really, we have utilized every single inch of space in that room. We've mounted bars on the wall so we can hang things up, and there's just really nowhere else for us to go with that. So in order for us to move forward, I would feel comfortable with an area in this building, but would have to be secured. It would have to be alarmed. It's very close proximity to the police department. If you had something in the multi-purpose building where you had storage space combined with a space open to the public, I would have grave concerns about that. Just would not be a good idea to have the public being in the same area where we're storing, evidence from crimes and potential narcotics and things of that nature. So, is it ideal to have a storage space over here? No, I'd rather it be in-house.
Right.
Stranger things have happened, but an officer might drop a piece of evidence walking across the parking lot, and that would be bad. But really, we don't have anywhere else to go in that building. We just don't. The last office that we created, it was part of the women's locker room, and it was adjacent to the shower and the bathroom. And we walled off a doorway and created an office for one of our people.
Chief, as presented with the present plan of putting giving some room on this, in this building, are you comfortable with that? I mean, is it going to suffice for what your present needs?
Well, I haven't been given any specific, like, square footage for this building, and I would like to have those conversations, but anything is better than what I have, anything. And we're not talking an incredibly large room that I would need. I'm thinking something that would be maybe 40 feet by 20 feet would be doubling my space for evidence. And I could keep some evidence still in the PD, but I could have some evidence here. And then we could free up, maybe some space for, an operating area. Currently, we have our roll call room serves as our roll call room, our training room, and a report writing room. And anytime we have something going on, the officers that are writing reports have to get up and step out for briefing or things of that nature. It just takes longer for us to write reports and do our job the way that it should be done. But any space will be welcome.
Well, I personally am 100% against the multi-purpose building. That's for city services for our citizens, so they can rent it and have stuff. But I feel like if we could get this part of City Hall up in that area up there and then put doors up and make this back here secure, the police wouldn't be perfect.
I'm not sure there's enough up front to put everybody, just
No,
because,
there's not.
Andrew, you have 3?
Yeah, 4.
That's what I just asked. Is HR over at the new place?
No, they're
we're
here.
still here.
Okay, that's what I
HR,
asked.
finance, and the city administrator. Court is in this building, and Jules is sometimes in this building.
PIO would
City
be
reception is still here.
PIO is here, yeah. That's all here. So there's not enough space in that very front area to accommodate those. Finance is already in that back area. What this is talking about is just taking those offices, with the exception of court, and moving those to the other building, and then freeing up area for PD, whether it be for their reports or their evidence, or personnel to be able to work out of. And then court would still go on here, city meetings would still go on here. That wouldn't change, and court would be a little bit more streamlined from the instance. And I don't know if any of y'all have come to city court or gotten a speeding ticket, but right now, whenever there's a judgment, they go out this door, down the hallway, and kind of look through each door trying to find the right spot. This would, if court is right here at the window, the old water billing window, they would literally walk out and go straight to somebody and then go right on through their day.
So looking at the new building, it's going to cost us $27,000 to figure out what can go over there. That has nothing to do with what might go over there. That would be in the millions as far as getting it ready for.
Well, a lot of it's already, it's wide open. The
Right.
the drywall's
It's
done?
wide open,
The sprinkler
but I know
system's there, the lighting's
I know
there.
in government business, if they put a flower pot out there, they're going to get bale meat prices for that flower pot. You'll never make me, that's why I said at the budget, common sense is nothing to this.
Is it the Bill Clinton hammers, the $50,000 hammers?
Exactly. I just feel like we're in a, Bruce even brought it up about there's going to come a time, and man, I don't want that to happen. We have to raise, for some reason, raise taxes or something. And if we can get by till next budget, get the study done, figure it out. But
Well, under this budget, it has that in there without raising taxes.
And that $2 million will cover the renovations for the PD to be in this building as well, or not?
The way we have it in here now, which you can see on the capital list, we actually have two line items. The first one is the City Hall remodel for $750,000. That would be what would be done to this building to add the bathrooms and remodel this building for the police department use. That would be after the City Hall offices move out. The next line is the move City Hall office to the Public Works facility. That's the estimated $2 million. And we obviously don't know an exact cost because we don't know what the exact scope is going to be at this time. And all of these funds are out of the existing bond issue funds that we already have. So this isn't new money that we're, going to bond out here in a few months, whenever that happens.
It's all gone quiet, so I'll sort of say something that I think the way it's presented, I think is going to function and get us through where we need to be, gets the police department going, gets where they need to be, and get the full use of the building that we've built.
I 100% agree. I'm just, we're pretty stretched budget-wise at the moment. And probably things will go up between now and next year. That'll be that.
I don't want to cause any confusion, but the existing bond items, like what Bruce said, that's coming out of existing bond money. You cannot take bond money and pay for another bond. So if we're thinking that we can not do the City Hall and save the $2 million to pay for the bond note, that can't be done. So just want to make that clear.
Yeah. Now, just because, and at the same time, just to play devil's advocate to something the vice mayor said, just because we're budgeting $750,000 or $2 million or even $700,000 on the fire station, I saw you turn your head with that one, Chief. It doesn't.
He usually sleeps through everything until you say fire station.
It doesn't. It doesn't mean we're going to spend that much. It could come under budget. We've seen that happen. Gary is very, very meticulous with everything that he does and that we've seen. So I have great faith in the work that he does.
So with everything that we're looking at here tonight, we're in the black.
Correct. There's no with this, and it's over on your summary sheet. There's no property tax increase with this. Like I mentioned, the stormwater fund is going up. That fee is going up by $1, and then the water and sewer fund is increasing per the rate study.
I do need to point out that obviously we're using existing bond issue money. We are also carrying over money from this year's budget into next year's budget. And then we are also taking some funds out of our reserves to pay for everything that's in this budget, which is what we've been talking about through this whole process.
And I want to say, and I'm trying to get back there through all of the scrolling of these pages, but it was the items in yellow, Bruce, for the carryover items. Was that right?
Yes, sir.
They're at the top of the items. The ADA transition plan and the condemnation, structural demolition. And then on 287, you can see the total balances at the bottom for fund balance, carryover, existing bonds, new capital, and one-time requests, personnel requests, all of that. It's right there at the bottom. Any more discussion? Okay, well, I'm going to move on to number 11, Resolution 2025-08, a resolution to write off Water Department bad debts. This is just like it sounds. It's about $116,000. Excuse me. You should be able to see this list. You can see what's with Fox Collections. Again, I would tell everyone, please review this list. If you know of anybody, reach out to them and have them contact our water billing department.
Seems like I ask this every year, but I'm gonna ask again. How do some of these amounts get so outrageous? After 30 days or 60 days, do we not just cut the losses and move on, or how do they get so big? Are they businesses?
Some could be. I think the largest one I can remember, and I'm just scanning through this, I think was just under 2,000 at 1,800.
Yeah.
But, well, let me take that back. They got one guy with about 4,500. So, but they get up for different use. It's all based on usage for your water. So there's just a rate, and it's based on gallons used. There are some businesses in here. There's individuals in here. So it's how some of these have gone up.
KFC 2871, Kentucky Fried. Oops,
I don't think
say
that's
that on TV?
I don't think that's our group down there, but we'll look at that. But please make sure to review this, and like I said, if you see of anybody, please reach out to them and let Allison or the team down at Water Billing know. Moving on to number 12, Resolution 2025-09, a resolution to accept Portico Place, Section 2, Phase 2, and re-subdivision of common areas A and B of Section 2, Phase 1. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on March 25th, 2025. This is just like it sounds. It's acceptance of a section for Portico Place and re-subdivision of the common area, of part of their common area. Does anyone have any questions? And then number 13, Resolution 2025-10, a resolution to amend the employee handbook. Andrew, do you want to walk us line by line through every single change?
Well, thankfully, there's only a few. The first one is related to the ability to charge back fees to employees related to direct deposits. So in Dayforce, each employee manages their own profile. So they put in their own banking information, and when there is an account that's entered incorrectly, the city is charged currently a $35 fee per occurrence. And so this would amend the handbook to state that if the error is on the end of the employee, meaning they didn't enter their own account number correctly, or whether it was checking or savings, that fee would be passed along to them. So some accountability to make sure that your banking information is correct. If the error is on our end, where we have entered it incorrectly, obviously we would not pass along those fees. So that is the section 7.9E that you'll see there in your notes. The second change is section 7.13B, and this is a very small change, but it clarifies something that came up in some recent training meetings. Our battalion chiefs in the fire department are classified as salaried exempt employees. So if you, in layman's terms, if you just think of a regular salaried employee, that's how we classify our battalion chiefs. And we needed to establish the fact that they actually work a 56-hour work week and not a 40-hour work week. And so this would amend our handbook to reflect the fact that they work a 56-hour week as a part of their current structure, and it will allow them to accumulate compensation time that would be appropriate for someone who works a 56-hour week as opposed to a 40-hour week. And then our last section is, sorry, there's two more. Section 7, can you scroll down just a little bit there, Glenn? Thank you. 7.14. When a member of our public safety team, whether it be police or fire, deploy out to assist other communities, we needed to put some standard work behind how those hours are structured, right? So that we pay somebody correctly and consistently from department to department. We did not have language in our handbook to reflect that. And I think after Chief Beasley's most recent deployment, that's when we realized we probably need to structure this so that if a non-salaried person were to be deployed, we would have some language to know exactly how we're going to pay them. And then the final section is Section 8.24, which addresses the fact that if in situations where an employee might be arrested or charged with a crime, that our standard practice would be to put them on paid administrative leave pending the outcome of the investigation. And we wanted to just have some language that really clearly defined when those circumstances happen, what we were to do. As I've said before, and I'll say it again here, a handbook is a living, breathing document, and it certainly isn't one that we will capture every single example. But these were a few that we felt were important enough that we wanted to make a change. Any questions on those?
Thank you, Andrew.
He done good, didn't
he? He did. We should definitely promote him out of police and fire, put him in HR. Moving on to 14, Resolution 2025-11, a resolution of the City of LaVergne Board of Mayor and Aldermen to declare property owned by the city to be surplus to the city's needs and directing disposal of the same. And that is some furniture from Public Works that's no longer needed.
Michael's getting rid of all that history.
He knows he loves it. But you can see all the photos there. This is standard of what we do every month or every couple months. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, Bruce.
I need to point out there's actually two sections here. Section 1 of the resolution is for used office furniture that we're going to try and sell on GovDeals. Down in Section 3 is a second, which is the older furniture that we really, it's junk, quite frankly, and so we're just going to we're just going to get rid of it, throw away as solid waste instead of trying to sell it.
Move that into Bo's office. He could use it. Okay, moving on to 15, Resolution 2025-12, a resolution to write off uncollectible property tax accounts. Total on this is $11,065, and this is property taxes are only collectible for 10 years after they've been sent to Chancery Court for collection. So that's what these are. You can see them. If you have any questions, Danielle can definitely she can field those. Moving on to number 16, we've got the appoint or remove board and committee members. We've got the Beautification and Arts Advisory Committee. We've got 2 terms that expire at the, they already expired on April 30th. And we have no applicants at this point. This will be advertised on Channel 3 and on social media. If we receive any applicants, then that will be on the agenda for Tuesday night.
The current applicants do wish to stay on.
They do?
Yes.
Okay.
We just got that update yesterday, I think it was.
Okay. With that, that is the agenda. So we're going to move on to Board of Mayor, the Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderwoman Hobbs.
I don't think I have anything.
Okay. Alderman Coates.
Nothing this evening.
Alderman Haas.
Nothing.
Vice Mayor, no.
Always something, huh?
Absolutely.
I'm looking at the weather. Please, golly, not looking good.
He wasn't earlier.
My electronic dumpster for Saturday at the senior center, I guess I'll have to wait till maybe tomorrow. If this happens again, we're gonna blame it on Miss Donna. Take the pressure off of me. So I'll put it out there on social media, but we'll see.
First off, you have to refer to her now as the award-winning Miss Donna Bebout of the LaVergne Library.
Yes.
So, yes, proper terminology. If you would just find the remote and make sure that you've got batteries in it for the dome, that should be able to take care of everything.
I think that it's time to hand that thing off to Alderwoman Hobbs. She has been up here long enough, and she needs to be in charge of that. And,
Make sure it's updated also.
I just wanted to thank all the departments involved with the touch truck event. From what I've heard from many parents, it was a very fun time. Lots of blowing of vehicle horns, and it was a very, very fun time. So, very glad to hear that. With that, I'll call this meeting adjourned.